Good evening, folks. Sorry about the delay. We had technical issues with our owl. But we're up and running now. We're able to record it and have people online join the meeting. Okay, this Livingston City Commission meeting is called to order. Roll call, please.
Chair Schwartz,
Present.
Vice Chair Newts,
Here.
Commissioner Kale,
Here.
Commissioner Lyons.
Here.
Commissioner Willis.
Here.
Have a quorum.
Thank you.
We can hear very well in the back sometimes.
Okay, I'll try to speak louder. You're welcome. Okay. The item that everybody in the room is here for will be item number 7 on the agenda. Items number 7, action item A. We'll start with general public comment. Anybody who does not has public comment about anything that's not on the agenda this evening, come forward, state your name, and we have 4 minutes.
I may need more because I've had a stroke and I don't talk too well.
Okay.
Jeff Schlapp, although I live in Bozeman, I publish the Park County Dugout Daily News Magazine. As frivolous as this may sound when the commission has serious matters before tonight, and Grant has a lot on his mind and he may have forgotten. I would like to speak to you for a moment about Coach Jeff Dickerson and the value that he brings to Livingston and to the community. Some of you on the board, I know some in the crowd, have had kids that have played soccer for him. And Coach is retired as of this year, 13 years, 12 years, leading Park High into the playoffs, 1 championship, 1 runner-up, and countless semifinals. And I would respectfully seek proclamation declaring Coach Dickerson Day. And you got the park over there on the north side, partially named after him. The Livingston Raiders just had 3 championship teams last weekend. 2 of them went up to Idaho. They were in Idaho and they went undefeated. Maggie Tarr is part of them. Anyway, that's still is the sounds tonight. That's what I wanted to bring up, was a possibility of a proclamation for Coach Dickerson. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate that.
Awesome.
I got one actually.
You can't put it. Oh, you're doing it right there.
As soon as he's in the meeting, he'll be able to.
So I
Okay.
actually, if I can get you. Your side then on the city account, so I actually can't log into the.
Did you have the timer there? That's good. Any other public comment in the room? General public comment? Seeing none, we'll go online. Any general public comment online? Please come off mute or raise your hand.
I don't see anyone online coming off mute.
Okay. Right, one more time in the room.
Chair, just to clarify.
Yeah.
The agenda item was placed on the agenda.
Yeah.
After the cutoff for submission of public comment or approval or entering the record, however that works. So do people who have not submitted comments that were pre-submitted prior to the cutoff date, do they need to speak now during the public comment portion, or will they be able to address?
They'll be able to address it.
Okay.
And we'll be taking public comments after, since this was put on so late. After this meeting, we'll still take, written public comment stuff we put in
Just
the
want to
record.
clarify. Thank
And
you.
it will be in the next meeting's minutes and stuff. So we'll be shown. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Consent items. Any commissioners that want to pull any consent items for discussion? Any public comment on consent items, A, B, C, or D? Public comment online on consent items. None online. None in the room. Commissioners, do I have a motion to approve consent items?
I move to approve consent items A through D.
Motion by Willich. Second by Lyons. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I say aye. Oh, no, I-
Motion carries. Okay. On to proclamations. We have two proclamations this evening. Proclamation of Commission of City of Livingston, Montana, declaring May 18th through the 24th as National EMS Week in Livingston, Montana. Whereas emergency medical services, EMS, professionals deliver life-saving care wherever it is needed, at homes, on roads, and in the backcountry, or during transport. And the 2025 theme, We Care for Everyone, reflects our commitment to serving all people with compassion, skill, professionalism. And whereas this Livingston Fire and Rescue Team is among the highest level public EMS providers in Montana, responding to nearly 2,000 calls each year across the city and Park County, and serving as the area's only pre-hospital advanced life support ALS provider. And whereas most of Livingston's EMS staff, including several reserves, are certified or in training as critical care paramedics, the highest level of pre-hospital care, requiring advanced clinical training and national certification. And whereas these professionals work tirelessly, often under challenging conditions, to protect the health and safety of others, and their dedication to our community is deeply appreciated in the city of Livingston and its residents. And whereas this team is not only highly trained and dedicated, but forward-thinking, continuously advancing their skills and services to meet the evolving needs of the community. Now therefore be it resolved, on behalf of the Livingston City Commission, I, Quentin Schwartz, Chair, do hereby proclaim May 18th through the 24th, 2025 to be National EMS Week in Livingston, Montana. Further, I encourage all citizens to recognize and thank the EMS professionals who serve our community with excellence. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. We have a fine group of EMS led by Chief Chabalowski, and I don't see any of them in the room because I think they're all out busy running calls or catching some sleep from yesterday's calls. So appreciate your recognition, and I appreciate all that they do in support of the community. And important to note that Livingston Fire and Rescue provides emergency medical service, not just in the city of Livingston, but in much of Park County, and thankful for all they do.
Yeah, and on a personal note, my family, my wife had occasion to have to use them, and they did a wonderful job and very professional. Commissioners, anyone want to add anything?
Just that I'm grateful for their service. Appreciate them.
Yeah, I'm thankful for all the work that they do for our community, whether it be in the city or in the county, and for their work in search and rescue as well. So, thank you.
They have a fun new Facebook page for the city. Well, by fun, I mean they show interesting training pictures. It's not just the EMS, it's fire too, but it's good for updates if folks want to follow it and see what they're up to.
Yeah, we are truly blessed to have a level of service that we do in this town. You won't find it in many others. So thank you. Congratulations, EMS. This is your week.
Are you able to log in? Right.
Our next proclamation, I'm just checking the dates on, then we're gonna have to share it with Public Works.
Works on that.
Okay. Mine's dated April 13th, but proclamation of Livingston City Commission declaring May 18th through the 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week in Livingston, Montana. Whereas public works professionals serve our community with purpose, guided by a commitment to people and a constant presence in the daily operations that keep our city running. And whereas the 2025 theme, people, purpose, presence reflects the dedication of public works staff and their vital role in maintaining public health, safety, and quality of life. And whereas these services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of engineers, managers, and employees who build, maintain, and improve the system and spaces that support public health and quality of life. And whereas the City of Livingston Public Works Department includes 36 employees across 5 divisions: parks and cemeteries, solid waste, street maintenance, water and sewer, and a water reclamation facility, supported by an administrative team. Whereas these teams work year-round to care for parks, manage waste, maintain streets, deliver clean water, and protect our environment through safe wastewater treatment. And whereas National Public Works Week is a time to recognize and thank these professionals for their dedication, skill, and service to the Livingston community. Now therefore be it resolved on behalf of the Livingston City Commission, I, Quentin Schwartz, Chair, do hereby proclaim May 18th through the 24th, 2025 to be National Public Works Week in Livingston, Montana. And further, I encourage all citizens to join in celebrating the essential contributions of our public works professionals. Mr. Yeager.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. We are fortunate to be joined by a lot of public works employees here this evening, led by Public Works Director Shannon Holmes and a great number of others who I won't mention because there's so many, but I see folks from water reclamation, parks,
Somebody, yeah.
and admin certainly, and streets as well. So I really do appreciate all the hard work day in, day out to keep the water flowing and the sewage going and the potholes full. And experienced a meter failure at my house actually, and looks like we might have to replace a curb box in front of my house because it was built in 1922 when the line was laid, and that's probably the original box in there. So it's a difficult task that they have to keep this whole city running, but they do it well, and I'm thankful for it. And thank you for recognizing them.
Now with our aging infrastructure, they do work miracles, and we're slowly moving forward as we have money to replace it. So thank you, commissioners.
Yeah, they do a hell of a good job for what they've got in front of them.
I'll say I'm always excited when I see that we've got a presentation from Shannon or his crew on the agenda. So it's a highlight being a commissioner for me, learning about that stuff.
Well, I can tell we have quite a few of them in the house this evening, so I think that I will start by a round of applause.
I want to try to see if I can recognize people, unlike the city managers. I think we have Van with solid waste, right? We have Trace with water reclamation, and we have Mike with parks. And I don't see anybody else in the back row. Where?
Oh, over there.
Jason with,
Water.
you're in the water department. Those, you're all super spec here, right? And you're
I'm a super.
a super also, you're all super. Super. And then we have the new engineer, and I forgot your name, I'm so sorry. Adam, thank you. And then we have the director, Shannon, and we have Jay also.
And
we have
Faith.
And Faith, the administrative
Yeah.
assistant. And do we have anybody else in public works? Did I miss anybody, Shannon?
I don't think so.
We have I think, is that almost all departments?
That was everybody I saw. Yeah.
Is that almost all departments? Everything but streets, maybe? There's streets here?
Yeah.
Okay, that was pretty good. If you're gonna be a fan of public works, I feel like I'm doing my best, guys. Adam, I'll remember next time. Thank you
Letter
guys
me.
for all you do. You're like the invisible heroes of the community. You're more visible now that you all wear the swag. And we all see you wearing Save the Livingston stuff, but thank you for everything that you do. I know you're up earlier than the rest of town, and I know you probably stay up later and work more weekends than the rest of us, so thank you. Except for maybe police and fire, but you're up there, yeah. What would you add?
That's it. Good job. I can't add any more than that.
Can I make you the host or we'll mess up the recording? Okay. Keep recording. Can you turn me to co-host so I can check my, report?
And actually, if you give me that HDMI cord, I'll broadcast.
Oh,
Okay, we're, is it okay if we just do this really quick?
Do you want to just make an announcement? We're gonna make a switch of a
Just a switch over
cord.
real quick.
So
if
hang
you-
tight,
And
everyone.
if you're online and you lose us, we'll be right back.
Oh, they won't.
It won't. Thank you, I appreciate that. And so is this still gonna record on mine?
No, it's.
Yeah, it will always be reporting on that one.
But I can still run like my own agenda now. And it won't record my agenda, just record the Zoom.
Yes,
Okay,
exactly, unless you share your screen.
Okay, thank you. It's been a minute.
Oh, and you know what? I guess I can share my screen and just take over the whole Zoom thing. How about that?
Yeah, why don't you just
That'd
tell
be
me
great.
what you want me to do?
I think we were doing it. I think we're there.
And it looks like it's actually recording to the cloud, so it won't be very too this computer anyway.
But it's got this in here.
Yeah, we got it.
No, and so actually you can pull that and you can give that to me as well, because that's just for my files for later.
Is this yours
For
too?
sharing. Yep, that belongs to, yep.
Hold it.
So I will just, the audio and the video is going to be recording through your machine, but
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for your patience also,
thank you.
Chair Schwartz. For
All righty,
Let's make
let me know when you
Well, I'm good to go.
okay. Okay, at the end of proclamation. Well,
Yeah.
each bump in the gums. Next on the agenda is scheduled public comment presentation from Park Local Development Corporation regarding revolving loan fund. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. It's my pleasure to welcome Trent Balestri from Montana State University Extension Office, who is here on behalf of Park Local Development Corporation, who administers the Joint City-County Revolving Loan Fund in support of small businesses. And if I messed that up, Trent, feel free to correct me.
It's a mouthful for sure. Let me know if anybody can't hear me, but hi, I'm Trent Balestri. I am,
Yeah.
Can I interject? I work at MSU, so to remove any possible conflict or the appearance of a possible conflict of interest, I'm gonna step out and will you just come get me?
Yep.
Will you check for, you can check that.
Okay.
perfect. Well, hi, everyone. My name is Trent Balestri and I am with MSU. I'm what's called an extension agent. So super basically, I am faculty lent to the community here in Park County. I live here in Park County. I live in Livingston, actually. And with that, what I do is economic development. And so I'm here tonight to talk about economic development. When my program was created, the people before me noticed that they were unable to meet the needs of the community, that there were things that they needed outside of education or classes that MSU could offer. And so they stood up a nonprofit called Park Local Development Corporation and established a memorandum of understanding, allowing extension agents to be able to manage Park Local Development Corporation. So that's the connection there where I wear both hats, and that can be complex, but representing Park Local and MSU tonight. But super basically what Park Local is we hold a pool of money that was provided by the city and the county. That pool of money came from a CDBG grant in the early 2000s. That was meant for revolving loan fund. And super basically what that means is it's loans for people who can't get traditional financing in the commercial space. So if you wanted to open a business, but you're an entrepreneur who don't have 3 years of tax returns in your business, a bank won't normally touch you, but we are able to finance you if you have experience, if you're able to prove your character, if you're able to help us understand what you hope to do and you're promising. We aren't here to necessarily make super risky loans, but ways that banks aren't able to service people, we can. And so we have a little bit of money from the city that we manage. And with that, we've been able to do loans over the past 2 years with my position's creation in 2023. So we've been able to service over 5 businesses here in the city and retain over 15 jobs. We've helped create new businesses who weren't able to get financing but had great ideas. We're also able to help transitions of ownership for businesses that would have gone away with the owners retiring, but employees were able to step up who had proven experience, and we were able to help them finance and purchase the business. And so really what I want to highlight is that the city is doing economic development through us, that we are very fortunate to have your support through the revolving loan fund with those with that pool of money provided to us, to be able to service businesses in the city. We also do other things. We have one-on-one consultation. So any business is able to come to us and we are able to consult them for free for 3 hours in technical areas, whether that's social media marketing, whether that's financial management. We have 10 content areas all over the board, as well as I help with one-on-one consultation. So if businesses don't know what the next step are, or if they're experiencing barriers, and that could be anything. That could be finance, technical knowledge, that could just be like understanding their business plan. We are able to help with that. And so if you know of any businesses in the city that need help or are interested in services, we are here. We're we're on 3rd Street here in Livingston. And we were super excited to help out in any way we see possible. With that, do you guys have any questions?
You got a presentation?
No, he was
Oh.
oral presentation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Pictures of loans aren't really that fun. Like there's not really, there's not a ton that you
Well, I
can
just
show.
wanted to, you know, if you
Yeah.
had something special.
Yeah. When I figure out how to make it exciting, I bring a presentation, but we've learned that eyes glaze over when you're like,
Yeah.
oh, financial management. Perfect.
Is there a
Happy
success
with
rate for like long-term periods of like 75% of the businesses that you guys work with or some number like that? And do you track that? Have you tracked that?
Yeah, so I guess it depends on your definition of success. We're very fortunate that no loans that we have made have gone bad or we've had to collect on or anything like that. We've been able that every business who's received a loan thus far has been successful. They've maintained, they've stayed open. And there's very few instances of a business closing. Sometimes there is a hard conversation that needs to have if business health isn't where it needs to be with an owner. And we have been involved in conversations like that. But that is really in like very, very specific circumstances where maybe something larger has happened that you can advise them for the most part. That's only happened once that I can think of in my time with the LDC and Parkville and MSU Extension.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the work that you do. I think it's very important for small businesses to have that opportunity to get a loan, because I know that it can be hard to get started. And I appreciate the fact that you're here to help do that. And I know, Trent, you also offer classes across the county, don't you, as well to
Yep.
business owners? Can you
Yeah.
maybe mention that briefly too, so folks know that that's happening?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do tons of different programming. So similar to MSU, we offer classes here to people in the community. And it ranges in content. So we just held a QuickBook class that was down in Gardner, but we did one in Livingston in April. We also hosted social media courses, and we have a leadership course that runs the length of the year through Leadership 49, which application should be opening soon. And that's open to non-business owners and business owners alike, for anybody who's looking for additional leadership skills here in Park County. But our Facebook page is the best place to keep up with all the programs that we offer. We typically quiet down for the summer just because businesses are so busy that we don't offer courses because we understand that it's hard for them to break away from what they're doing, especially when tourists are here.
Thank you.
The only thing, I don't have any like specific questions for tonight, but the way that we do our partnership is through a subrecipient agreement. Here soon, we're finalizing just a review with the board, and we'll come back to you when it's ready. And that's the agreement on how we will manage the funds through with the city and the county. And so that will be coming to you all soon.
I'm trying to remember when MSU took over the revolving fund. Was that 8 years ago or 6
It,
years?
it would have been 2019, I believe, is when
19,
Park
okay.
Local was stood up.
Yeah, I remember it well. It was a great move. I'm just really
Yeah,
staying here local. That
yes,
combined with Bozeman and other activities. It
yeah,
made a huge difference, I think, so.
we're very fortunate. We've seen a lot of money move. When I started, we had about 5% of the revolving loan fund out, and now we're over 50. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah, we've moved a substantial amount of money.
Awesome. Thank you, Trent. Any other questions? All right, look forward to seeing you next time.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Melissa,
Righty, our next items, action items. We'll begin with, action item A. Consideration of Sacagawea Park flag installation. I'm just gonna lay out some ground rules real quick, just, process so everybody understands how it works. And, so we're all on the same page, and, I'm not just making stuff up as we go. Mr. Gager will introduce the item. The commission will discuss the issue and possible solutions. And then we will open a public comment for feedback and input. And, the commission will deliberate and work to resolve the issue. The reason we did get it on the agenda, any, commissioner can ask for something to be on the agenda, but it needs to be seconded. I called for it and was seconded by a vice chair, so that's the reason it's on the agenda. And like I said, public comment received tonight, and later after this meeting will be included in next meeting's minutes and agenda packet. Public comment, each person will have 4 minutes to speak and be allowed to comment one time on this agenda. Comment must be directed towards me, the chair. Because of right to privacy law, staff evaluations are not part of public meetings. No one's allowed to talk about staff performance. People have issues with the staff, email the city manager. People have issues with the city manager, email the commission or call me. My phone number is online, both personal and city. Disrupting the meeting with interruptions is not allowed. You will be warned and we will ask the chief to remove you from the meeting. Yelling profanities and threatening the commission and staff is not allowed. The commission can vote to ban you from the meetings for this behavior. We do not go into closed session for items like the flag. So if things get heated in the room, I'll call for a break. We'll take time. People can calm down. But we don't discuss this kind of stuff. This is all public forum. The only time we go into closed session, if it's a personnel matter or if it's a litigation strategy that the city might have a lawsuit or something pending that. And so, yeah, like I said, we'll take breaks as needed to calm it down, but I think everybody here is reasonable. I don't see a problem with this. Background information, we're just gonna go over some background information regarding this, just to, clear up a few things and maybe answer some questions that people might have. And I'll be asking these of Mr. Gager. Is this location in the floodplain?
I want to introduce the item first before.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I should introduce the item. Right there. Yeah, the consideration of a Sacagawea Park flag installation.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. The item before the commission is a discussion and consideration of the flagpole that was recently installed in Sacagawea Park. As you may know, that location at the foot of Yellowstone Street, where it intersects River Drive, did at one time host a flag that was inside the traffic triangle there. And as you know, we have been working on a Parks Master Plan. Contract was awarded last summer, and after visits to the farmers market and other methods of public engagement, the consultant team has been working on proposed improvements to all of the parks in our system. And as we were working through that process, knowing the history of that triangle and also based on public input that we heard through the process, the consultant team has been working to incorporate a memorial into that area of the park as we contemplate park improvements. And so the commission had some public comment at the meeting on April 15th regarding the flagpole and at the triangle at the foot of Yellowstone Street. And city staff observed on May 8th during the day that a new pole had been installed in the triangle. We knew this from news sources and online commentary, and I don't live that far from there, so I walked down and met some parks members, and we investigated the pole. Based on what we saw online, It seemed like the local Veterans of Foreign War Post was potentially involved. They did seem to claim a little bit of responsibility in the news article. So that being the case, I reached out on Friday, I believe the 9th, to the state VFW office, as well as attempted to reach out to the local VFW representatives through the phone numbers that were listed online that I could find. I did have some luck on that Friday talking to a gentleman up in Helena who is with the VFW. I believe he is their top administrative official, such as myself. We had a conversation. The next week, I, working with some local community members, was able to make contact with a member of the local American Legion to just reach out and really find some information, because we at this point did not really know much of what had transpired or why. And so I'm happy to report earlier today, I did get a call back from the gentleman at the state VFW, and he, I believe, has a local post meeting this evening, so he is unable to attend. And so the flagpole itself raises some issues. I would say the least of those issues are operational concerns, and I guess let's just start. We are talking about a flagpole that has the American flag. Thankfully, we are not talking about something else that might be less universally loved and accepted than the American flag. But at the end of the day, my duties are very wide ranging, and my role and responsibilities for the city are large. As you know, in my time here, the city has been sued 7 different times. Several of those have been for land use matters. Several of those have been due to the actions of our staff, and several times we've been sued just for the actions of other people that we had no control over. And we are still working through one of those lawsuits. Happy to report to the community that 6 of them have been settled, or the city has been excused, or the case has been dismissed. Our payouts in those have been limited. I believe the recent one to the Chamber of Commerce, that after we prevailed in district court, they appealed up to the Supreme Court and did make a settlement of $10,000 really to get that one kind of off the docket. Because as you know, these defensive lawsuits really takes a lot of public time and effort, and public time and effort really, quite honestly, translates to taxpayer dollars and less ability for us to serve the public. And so when something like this happens, you know, certainly you address the operational considerations and concerns here. They were a little bit limited because, again, it's the American flag. I won't speak for anyone else. I enjoy the American flag. That said, there are certainly some legal considerations that trump some of the operational considerations, right? And let's just be honest, there are some operational considerations. The flag has not been lit at night. It was not lowered last Thursday on Peace Officers Memorial Day. The halyard is not secured. And so quite honestly, anybody who was so inclined to put up a different flag could walk up there this evening or any other evening and do it. And, you know, certainly city staff would be confronted with an issue. And that really is the crux of the matter there is because this flagpole is not a city flagpole, because this flagpole is not secured, it introduces some legal liability to the city. And if it pleases the commission, I've prepared a bit of a PowerPoint presentation that I would share with the community, really based off of a 2021 Supreme Court case called Shurtleff versus the City of Boston. And that had to do with First Amendment rights of freedom of speech related to the display of flags outside of Boston City Hall. And really the display of flags by private organizations on public property. Because, you know, again, my chief concern is not the American flag. But the reality is the VFW is a private organization. It is not a government organization. And so as the Supreme Court in 2021, so important to note, that is, you know, basically the makeup of the court, Justices Kavanaugh, Barrett, and others, had been seated, right? And so, we are not looking back 50 or 100 years of precedent. We're looking back 4 years. And so in Shirtlift versus Boston, really the question came up because the city had, some public flag poles, that, occasionally they allowed, private entities to use those poles. And, the city, was put in a position and denied a request by a private organization to display their flag on the pole. The city up to that point had not taken a stance where they had ever denied a pole, or excuse me, a flag request. And so this was something that was new for them. And so the question before the court really was two issues, whether the use of the flagpole constituted government speech. And then if not, and if this was private speech, that private speech could be curtailed. And quite honestly, because this flagpole is not the city's flagpole, it was not erected by the city. We don't have care and control of the flagpole. It is difficult to argue that this or insinuate or come to the conclusion that this is city property. And so at that point, and because the pole was erected by a private organization and the private organization has flown the flag, it is also difficult to conclude that this is not public speech. And so, the legal considerations, and I do apologize for what has apparently happened. I'm going to try to work with this PowerPoint here, but certainly it is difficult to regulate private speech, and that was determined by the Supreme Court in a 2007 case, I believe it was, called the Good News Club versus Milford Central School. And so I would attempt to, of course, this is a little bit unfortunate, but a summary of the Shirtlift case. They had 3 poles, and they allowed entities to host a flag of their choosing on the 3rd pole. But they did deny that. And so in the majority of, all right, I will speak louder. Thank you.
And look at the public. Quit looking at them people.
Please, no comments from, no.
I know, but he's.
No, we won't tolerate that. You're interrupting the meeting.
Look at your public.
You trust us, not the city manager, please.
City manager addresses the chair.
This is how the meetings work. The manager is addressing us at the moment, not, he's sharing stuff with with us that we're sharing with you. Thank you.
And so in that majority opinion, Justice Breyer was joined by Chief Justice Roberts, Justices Barrett, Kavanaugh, Kagan, and Sotomayor, and noted that the city's refusal to let Shirtlift and Camp Constitution fly their flag.
Let's take 5.
Let's take 5.
I make a motion for a 5-minute break.
I'll
Second.
second that.
All in favor?
I
We return at
6:25.
6:25. Call the meeting back to order. Everybody could be quiet.
That's a key point. The more people bring it up, the better.
Okay, guys. Meeting's back to order. Just one more time, I don't mind taking breaks. We could be here all night, but I want everybody to have the opportunity to speak. But, if we're gonna be interrupted, we'll take a break. It becomes unnerving, to be, yelled at and stuff. So please, let's all try to respect each other. Mr. Gager, you may continue.
Can you
Well,
remind people that Mr. Gager?
Yes, and once again, Mr. Gager addresses the commission, and as the public addresses the commission, me specifically as the chair. And that's just, the way the rules of order work here, and to keep things moving along. And so please, he is, addressing the commission, and we're addressing you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, and the smart meter, item on the agenda will come immediately after this, this action item that's before us now. So that will be next for people in the room that came to hear that. Now, Mr. Gager, you may continue.
Thank you, sir. As I was noting, the majority opinion, and this was a 9-0 decision in the Supreme Court in 2021, so this was not a split decision. The majority opinion was written by Justice Breyer. He was joined by Chief Justice Roberts and Justices Barrett, Kavanaugh, Kagan, Sotomayor. In this opinion, agreed with them overall because that was a 9-0 vote, as I said. And they concluded that the flag raising program, because it was not because private organizations were allowed to raise their flag on public property, that flag raising program in Boston does not constitute government speech. As a result, the city's refusal to let Shirtliff and Camp Constitution fly their flag based on its religious views violated the free speech clause of the First Amendment. In a concurring opinion written by Justice Alito, he noted that the government's policy and practice indicates that the government has intentionally opened a non-traditional forum for public discourse. A court may immediately infer that private party expression in the forum is not government speech. And so the non-traditional form of public discourse was a flagpole outside of City Hall. And that was, again, allowed to fly flags of non-government organizations, or fly flags that were placed by non-government organizations, is probably a more accurate way to say that. And then in a long concurring opinion written by Justice Alito with Justices Thomas and Gorsuch, they really came down to the issues of whether it's the government who is speaking or it is a private entity that is speaking. And they noted that courts must be very clear when a government claims that speech by one or more private speakers is actually government speech. When that occurs, it can be difficult to tell whether the government is using the doctrine as a subterfuge for favoring certain private speakers over others based on viewpoint. And the government speech doctrine becomes susceptible to dangerous misuse. To prevent the government speech doctrine from being used as a cover for censorship, courts must focus on the identity of the speaker. The ultimate question is whether the government is actually expressing its own views or the real speaker is a private party, and the government is surreptitiously engaged in the regulation of private speech. And so these issues really, while we are talking about the flag in this one case, there are larger implications for private entities displaying flags on private property, because like I said, the flag that we have up there today is one that I personally, and I think many people in America, love. But that doesn't mean we won't get a call from a different private organization tomorrow, or that doesn't mean that a different private organization will not come and erect a flagpole in Sacagawea Park or any other park or city property. And so as the city commission, you folks have the responsibility to determine what is the city's policy on flags. And really the Supreme Court and legal scholars in that time have really come up with 3 options for moving forward. And again, these deal with public flagpoles. And so this pole particularly is a bit problematic because at this point it is not a government flagpole. It was not placed there. It is on our property, but we did not place it. We did not direct its placement, and the city does not have care or control over that flagpole. And so, the options really for a city are to restrict the use of public flagpoles to displaying official flags only. A bit more broadly, the city could restrict the use of public flagpoles to display official flags and other flags chosen by the governing body. And then thirdly, which is a little bit of the current situation that we are in now, the city could allow private organizations and individuals to display flags. And of course, in that situation, we have a limited ability to regulate the type of flags that are displayed and which groups are permitted to fly them. And that arises not only from the free speech enshrined in the First Amendment to the Constitution, but the equal protection clause in the 14th Amendment, which requires equal treatment under the law by all parties. And then, you know, certainly there are precedents. The 2021 Supreme Court precedent references a flag policy out of San Jose, California, and others have been crafted elsewhere that provide regulations that are content neutral and really are limited to the size of flags, duration of display, and certainly the prohibition of commercial advertising is something that you folks have the right to do. But selectively choosing which private organizations are allowed to fly flags on an ad hoc basis as requests come is legally problematic for the city. And as you know, this flagpole is a little bit different because it is a private flagpole and placed by a private organization. As I mentioned, the city is in the middle of a larger Parks Master Plan process. We had discussed earlier that process, and on Friday afternoon at 3:58, the city received an initial rendering for Sacagawea Park, and I have clipped a portion of that. There are things on this rendering that very likely will not make it into the final version. That front end parking on Yellowstone is an interesting alternative to what we have now, the free for all in the dirt patch. I don't mind either necessarily, but happy to report that in addition to teeing up and bringing that intersection at Yellowstone and River into a more traditional traffic pattern, the designers at this point have tentatively proposed the inclusion of a memorial on what would be the northwest corner of that intersection. There is an inset version that folks can see here. This is not a final rendering of the memorial. It is certainly, emblematic or indicative of what could possibly come to be at that location. But ultimately what would happen there is going to be the result of public input and public participation. And so with that brief presentation, I'll be happy to stand for any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gager. Go to the back of the-
That's what I would do.
Yeah, okay, and now we'll just go in just a brief background information. And I'll ask Mr. Gager these questions, hopefully he has the answers to them. Mr. Gager, is this location in the floodplain?
This location is in the 500-year floodplain, yes, sir.
And what are the requirements to dig in the floodplain?
We do require coordination with the city's floodplain manager in that exercise.
Thank you. Were locates called for, like 811, were they called?
To the best of my knowledge, there was no call for utility locates because our water and sewer department and they do have infrastructure in the area. We're not notified of a dig.
So is there public infrastructure in that area of the park?
Yes, there's a sewer line in River Drive that runs right by there that is only about 4 feet below the surface.
Okay, next off, what are the requirements for posts in the streets, flagpoles, stop signs, etc.? And does this flagpole meet those standards?
Typically, installations in the right of way are guided by the manual on uniform traffic control devices, and the manual does have provisions that require or recommend breakaway devices, whether it's for signs or even fire hydrants. You'll notice down low on the fire hydrant, about 2-3 inches up, we've got a breakaway device there. And a great many other of our equipment that are in the right of way have breakaway connections. It's really a safety device to help minimize danger to somebody that may come in contact with the device.
And does that pole meet these standards?
Upon visual inspection, no, it does not appear to have a breakaway device. And based on what I've read in the newspaper, it appears like it's been welded to the sleeve.
Okay. Does the VFW maintain the flag?
You know, I haven't had any conversations with the VFW about the flag or their plans for maintaining the flag.
Did you by any chance try to arrange a meeting with VFW? Because I know I asked, if you could facilitate that, because I'd like, myself and the vice chair would have been happy to meet with, anybody who's involved with this, installation of the flagpole.
Yeah, as I indicated on the day after we noticed installation at 8 AM, I reached out to the VFW numbers that I could find. I was successful in talking to a gentleman up in Helena, Jeff Shep, I believe is his name, with the Montana VFW. He indicated that he was going to work to get me in contact with, I believe, the commander, the statewide commander, who I believe is the sheriff in the Plentywood area. Have not had an opportunity. I called Jeff again on the following Monday, which would have been the 12th. And we had a brief conversation. He did call me back this morning. Still have not had an opportunity to talk to the ultimate commander. I don't know what his title is, but I've been told he's the statewide commander. I also spoke to some community members who I know are affiliated with the American Legion on Tuesday, the 13th. I was given the number of a gentleman who I'm told they had a meeting that evening. So I tried to reach out to that gentleman before the meeting, conveyed some information to him via text. Have not heard back from that gentleman. He indicated he was going to try to set up a meeting with his commander and the local VFW commander. I offered certainly the chair and the vice chair available for that meeting. Have not heard back from that individual or anybody at the American Legion locally or the VFW locally. So it has been a bit difficult to have a discussion on this one.
Thank you. Yeah. Is there appropriate lighting on the flagpole?
The pole is lit by street lights that are in the vicinity, but when I was out there, I think most recently I walked my dog by there on Saturday night and I observed that the the flag was unlit on Saturday night.
Okay. And I know there were some comments online about the flag being removed. Perhaps somebody had the forethought to bring it down at sunset, since it is not illuminated. Was the flag moved half-mast on Thursday, which was National Peace Officers Memorial Day?
No, sir. I observed the flag both at 9 AM and a little afternoon, and it was at full staff at both occasions.
Okay. Given that the VFW did not go through the appropriate public process, what can the commission require of other groups that may want to hang flags, including pride flags, White Lives Matter flags, Nazi flags, Confederate flags, anarchy flags, or other groups? And I believe, you basically did touch on that already. So I don't know that we need to beat that to death, but that just opens the door for anybody to do the same thing, wreck the pole without with permission. Which brings us to the liability issue, which is probably the most important thing, is the liability. As Grant did discuss, we have had a number of lawsuits and stuff like that, and it's a litigious time in our society. And to protect the taxpayers' money, we have to do things by the book. So who's liable if the commission allows the process for a flag not up to code, Mr. Gager?
At this point, it is on our property, and so we also have the deepest pockets of anybody involved, so I would expect us to be sued on this one.
And what if the infrastructure is damaged?
Well, if infrastructure is damaged, again, depends on who the owner of the infrastructure is. If it were water and sewer infrastructure, certainly it would be a city issue. Water or gas or electric. That's a Northwestern and ultimately, I think if there was an issue, the owner of any infrastructure would go back to whomever placed the infrastructure and try to recoup their losses that way.
And if the flag pole injures someone due to not handling the wind, due to it not handling the wind or a car driving into it,
Again, I would
Yeah.
expect that the city would be sued. Ultimately, the pole is on our property, but that said, the Montana Municipal Interlocal Authority, having spent a lot of time with them recently, they're pretty good about attaching people to lawsuits. So I imagine we would try to attach any organization that was involved in the construction of the pole to the lawsuit in the defense.
and maintaining the flags when worn and maintaining the pole lowering flag to happen has to, who takes the responsibility for that?
Well, you know, flagpoles on city property, myself and my staff take the responsibility for that, you know, at City Hall and in other locations. Because this one is on city property, it sure feels like city staff should be responsible for raising it and lowering it in the absence of an agreement with some other outside entity to do so.
And with this pole, you know, the halyard's not encased and, perhaps you can give some examples what happens if the flag is changed. Yeah, because it's easily done with the, you know, the halyard, available to anybody that comes by it.
Mhm. Well, and that really is kind of the crux of the matter here, sir. If somebody does come and change that flag, and city staff go and attempt to remove the new flag or the different flag, we, as I've indicated, we very well have violated somebody's free speech rights because we have allowed one private organization to fly a flag. It is a flag, again, that we all respect and it represents our country, but it was placed by a private organization. And so to the extent that another private organization or individual comes and places their flag and erects their flag, I would have a very difficult time instructing city staff to remove that without having some serious conversations with the insurance company.
And have we been in touch with our insurer at MMIA, you know, on this, that we had a chance to get them to weigh in on it, or?
The MMIA's general blanket policy or recommendation is to come up with a defined policy that is in accordance with the law and adhere to that policy.
Which we do have.
At this point, no, we don't have a flag policy. We've never been confronted.
I mean, far as erecting a flagpole.
No, we've not confronted that issue.
Okay. And also, I just want to mention real briefly, the day that was put up, ironically, Mr. Gager, myself and Vice Chair Newts were discussing the possibility of, you know, Memorial Day coming up and, you know, what we can do, what can we do temporarily until, you know, we have this master plan roll out and then people, you know, public comment, you know, people make public comments and steer where they want this memorial to be and how it looks and stuff like that. Which is unfortunate, you know, I didn't receive one phone call or anything about this, you know, the last time I talked to anybody about it. One of our veterans at the meeting when it was first brought up, you know, can we do something temporarily? And I said, yeah, I think we can, you know, we'll look into that. Hey, sorry, it didn't happen fast enough, but, there's a lot of things that the city does have on its plate and stuff like that. And, it's just unfortunate. It didn't have to get this far. But with that, let's, where am I? Oh, yeah. Okay, at this point, you know, commissioners have any clarifying questions?
Yes,
Mhm.
I have a question.
Commissioner Willich,
Oh, thank you,
you
sir.
have the floor.
What was in that triangle prior to 1991?
Prior to 1991, you know, sir, I'm unable to answer that question. I was not around in 1990.
Okay, but that memorial was dedicated, I say, in 1991. Did it at that point become city responsibility to take care of the flag and flagpole?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were the reasons for the flagpole coming down in 2020?
So it is my understanding that there was a safety concern with the pole. I believe there was some corrosion at the base that had led city staff and the city manager at that time was also before my time here, to order that pole to be removed.
Okay, and it was still city property at that point.
It was, at that point believed to be city property.
Okay. Is there a method for dedicating privately erected structures to cities, to our city?
Oh, certainly. In fact, we are doing that with a wellness center project over at the M Street Cape Benel Park, sir.
Understood. I yield for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilch. Mr. Lyons. Commissioner Kale, clarifying questions?
I have a few. Mr. Gager, if we allowed a structure to stay that was not permitted, and another group decided to go and build another structure in another park or in the same park or on any other city property, does that lead us to precedent that if we're not taking one unpermitted structure down, that we would then have to allow that structure to stay without getting us into litigation?
Yes, and that really was, I believe, what was at the heart of the creation of the public forum that was noted in some of the legal opinions. And so because allowing a flag pole that has been erected by a private organization to fly their flag, in doing so, we have created a public forum and a forum for private speech to be to be disseminated. And so for us to then enter that forum and start regulating private speech is very problematic. And would not be something that I would recommend that the city do.
So to be clear, that there was no permit given for that flag. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We have no engineering plans on that flag or that structure.
That's correct.
There was welding done in that center of the road with no water available. Is that correct?
There is a little hose spigot
Hose spigot there.
within the triangle, but yeah.
And to get back to the breakaway that's required on structures by streets, that pole does not have it. And I would imagine that the reason that those breakaways are required is that particularly if someone hit it with a vehicle, you'd want that structure to break away and not careen through the middle of the vehicle.
That is correct, yeah.
And that street is the main thoroughfare to the high school and a bunch of teenage drivers, correct?
That is correct. My recollection is that approximately 1,100 vehicles per day travel on River Street throughout the River Drive throughout the.
I'll yield for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Kale. Any clarifying questions, Vice Chair Newt?
Yes, please.
You have the floor.
Just sort of like going off of what Commissioner Kale said with structures, I was thinking actually more broadly, so thanks for that question. I was actually thinking, if anybody's been to Anaconda, I was thinking about the chute, if you remember the chute in Anaconda, no copperheads in the room, okay? The chute is this like really high slide that's super fast and kids put towels on it and it is a wild ride. I was thinking of structures like that. Like, does this set a precedent where if someone wanted to just say, put something up on public property beyond a flag? What kind of, like, particularly in our parks, let's say, like what kind of position are staff and the city in and liability for those things?
It certainly becomes a little bit more problematic.
Okay.
And I will note, we have, the city accepted a donation of a pavilion from a local family less than a year ago that is in Sacagawea Park. And so we do have an established process for that as well.
Can you elaborate a little bit on what the process looks like if someone wants to work and volunteer with the city? Because I know our public works team, and I don't just say that because they were in the room tonight. I know that they have worked with a lot of members and different groups in the public, like facilitating volunteering or helping out in the parks or donations. Like, can you share what that process looks like if people do want to engage with the city?
Yeah, the best avenue is to either come into City Hall and contact us or go out to the Public Works facility at 330 Bennett Street and have a conversation with the administrative team out there. We do have a number of different volunteers. There's a gentleman who maintains the triangle. And we've had some conversations with him over the last several weeks. He maintains the flowers and whatnot down there. Has been doing so for a while, is my understanding from our park superintendent, who looks like he went home. And we do also, as I mentioned, we accepted a donation within the last 10 months or so. And that came about through conversations with a community member. They reached out to me, wanted to recognize their father and his contributions to the community. And so I myself and the Public Works team worked through that process with that donor, and we came up with an appropriate location that was relatively well reflected in the prior Parks Master Plan from 2011. And you might remember this process. And so we worked with them through the installation and worked with them on, because we do have wind and other elements here, worked with them through a number of engineering issues to ensure a safe experience in the park.
So I know not everybody comes to every meeting except for the 6 of us plus a couple of staff people. Thanks, Chief Hard. Can you like share what the flagpole isn't the only thing that we've had to sort of say, hey, we're in the middle of a planning process. Can you share, because I don't think it's always obvious if you don't come to all the meetings, why the flagpole is a little bit different than say the pavilion, and why, we're not special in using planning processes or contractors or master plans. These are things outlined by the state, right? These are really things that the state sort of requires in order to support cities. Can you share a little bit about that? Why this needed to be, just put a little pin in it or figure out a temporary solution? And can you share a little bit about why commissions and city governments have to use plans?
Certainly. I guess I'll probably start with plans and the importance of plans. Having plans certainly makes the obtaining of state and federal dollars easier, because that is basically the first question for every project. Is this project reflected in an existing plan of the city? And certainly having plans makes us able to answer yes to that question when we do pursue federal funds. But the planning process more fundamentally is one that is designed to achieve public input in a process, because these are public spaces that we are entrusted with the care and control of. And so it is our responsibility, your responsibility as elected officials, to represent the voters and the community who has put you in these seats. It is my job as the city manager to enact those policy priorities that you folks have laid out based on your input from the voters, right? Elections truly do have consequences. And so in that role, I try to engage with the public in our planning processes in a very open and transparent way, where we take public comment along the way, to ensure that we are being responsive to the community. And we don't simply just take public comment at the beginning of a process, we take it again throughout the process. And in the case of the Parks Master Plan, that process started in earnest last August with some staff conversations with the team that was brought on. And then we had, again, the farmers market and some other public events. We even had some events with organized park use groups to ensure that the modifications or improvements that were being recommended were reflective of the full scope of the community. I learned about the Livingston Lightning was a group I was unaware of. and that competes in the Special Olympics through that process, and wanted to make sure that their needs were reflected as well. And certainly had conversations when I first joined in 2022 with veterans groups, and understood that the flagpole that had been removed was a point of contention or consternation, and so wanted to make sure that that was reflected in the process. And so, you know, for those reasons, it is important to run an open public process. And with regard to the Parks Master Plan process that is ongoing, again, we took public comment in the fall. There was a survey that was open until the holiday time. And in January, February, March, April, the consultant team worked to compile that public feedback, compile the staff operational recommendations that, as you know, care and custodial folks, you know, we put in, and programming folks as well, we put into the process. And the city has been receiving those drafts from the Parks Master Plan process over the last several weeks. We've been reviewing them for quality at a staff level to ensure that what is being presented as drafts by the consultant team is reflective of the initial public input that we received, and also the survey data that we received. And so the plan for staff was to bring the Parks Master Plan, draft Parks Master Plan forward for public review and consideration here in the coming weeks and throughout the summer, so that we could begin to implement improvements in the parks in a coordinated and cohesive manner, and could begin to program those projects into our budget and ensure they're adequately funded. I don't want to, you know, kind of jump the release of the city manager's FY 26 budget, but I can tell you, based on this Parks Master Plan process, one of my recommendations to the city commission is that we more authoritatively established a Parks Trust Fund, so that we can more easily receive donations for improvements in the parks. For things, for instance, I've had some conversations with members of the baseball community that would like to fund improvements to Miles Park. I've had conversations with people in the skate community that would like a second phase of the skate park. And so through this process, that is one of the goals, is to create an avenue for funding of park improvements, like a Veterans Memorial, for instance. So long-winded answer. I hope I addressed your.
No, I think that's really helpful. And I know quite a few of us here on the commission were involved in really giant lifts when it came to previous plans before this was more standard to have public engagement in the city of Livingston. And so I remember many of us had to work very hard to ask for more public meetings and require more public meetings with the city. So I'm actually grateful as a commissioner that's been here for a while, you know, that it's getting easier and staff is making room and more space for the public to engage directly with them. And bringing that to the commission, in addition to engaging with the commission directly. I think it's really a better functioning government and gets better products before the commission. I appreciate you sharing also about how it ties into state requirements for public participation, open processes, funding, all of those things. You already kind of touched on the process. I was curious about the process, and you already kind of touched on that. Thanks for giving us a sneak peek. The other thing that we haven't talked about at a public meeting, but I did see it published in the Dugout, was some of the timeline and order of events, how things happened in the past with that flagpole. Chair Schwartz and I were both on the commission when those conversations happened. We were just sitting in different chairs with other commissioners up front. I would love it if we could maybe revisit at this meeting, the timeline, and, you know, I'm sure Chair Schwartz and I can add to it, fill in the blanks, but if you could share like what we voted on, what happened to the money that the commission allocated, and then what money did previous administrators allocate, and how that worked out. Because I think the commission does everything in public, but the public doesn't always see everything that all city government does. So if we could just lay it out, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So, the Public Works Director, went home to have dinner with his family, I'm sure, and I hope he enjoys that. Him and I talked yesterday. It's very difficult to pin down the exact day that the flagpole was removed. His recollection is that it was in late 2020. And in, March of 2021, my predecessor, the former city manager, brought forward a, proposal for a replacement flagpole on the triangle at the foot of Yellowstone where it intersects river. And it was for a much larger flagpole. I believe it was approximately 100 feet or so is what was being contemplated. And that came through as part of the FY22 budget development process. And in the fiscal year 2022 budget, 38,000 was appropriated for flagpoles. That 38,000, in conversation with the finance director, who was also here at the time, that 38,000 was allocated as 20,000 to a flagpole in the triangle at Sacagawea Park, and another 18,000 for use at the newly purchased City Hall at that time. And so that was the plan. Due to some just issues with the 100-foot flagpole, my predecessor abandoned that plan and kept pursuing the 3 flagpoles at City Hall. 23,000 was spent in the procurement of those poles. Additional staff resources were used to actually set those poles and get them operational. Shortly after I arrived here in 2023, spring of 2023, I arrived in November 22. Spring of 23, the city had an issue with the lighting on the center flagpole, and also we had an issue on the easternmost flagpole as well. And so $11,000 was spent between materials and electrical services to get those 2 flagpoles operational. I do regret to say that the halyard on the center and the eastern flagpoles have since become unoperational. And so the western flagpole is the only functional flagpole at City Hall at this time, which is why it flies both the American flag on top and the POW flag on the bottom, because that is required under Montana state law for a property that functions as a City Hall. And additionally, I'll note we've spent well in excess of $4,000 on flags since those poles were erected. That 4,000 figure actually really just dates back to my time here. As you can imagine, the breezes that blow in Livingston are not friendly to flags. And so that is a constant effort of ours. So in total, the city has spent more than that 38,000 that was allocated or appropriated by the city commission. But that money was used by my predecessor and in part me to construct and maintain flagpoles at City Hall.
Thank you. Yeah,
I believe that was all the question.
I think that covers, and I'm gonna yield and hope that you'll cover the rest.
Sure.
Chair Schwartz.
I would entertain a motion for 10-minute recess as it is 7 o'clock. Unless you want any more
I
clarifying
have
questions,
one question.
because if you get those out of the way and then we can
Yes.
start fresh.
I have one question that I missed,
Yes,
if I
ma'am.
may, please. Mr. Gager, is there another flag in Sacagawea Park?
Yes, there is another Armed Services Memorial approximately 80 yards north of the triangle. It's my understanding from some folks who were involved in the placement of that memorial. I don't see them in the room anymore, but it's my understanding that that was erected by spouses of our county residents who were away at Desert Storm, if I'm not mistaken. And there are 6 panels around, one for each of the 5 armed forces at that time. There is not a panel for the Space Force. It did not exist then. But that 6th panel actually does have a POW MIA placard on its front.
And that's a secured flag with a light on it. Is that correct?
I do not believe that the light is operational at this time, but
Thank you.
Sure.
I didn't know it's ahead of slide. Certainly.
I have just
Mr.
a
Welch?
couple more. Mr. Gager, how old is our current master parks plan?
it was approved in 2011.
2011, 14 years old. And I believe in that plan, there was a highlight for that actual, the triangle itself. I think it was discussed in that plan that that triangle would be reconfigured, I think is what it says. Okay,
That is
I
correct.
looked for the plan this afternoon, I couldn't find it on it. Oh, I got fat fingers, sorry. Is the triangle compliant with the manual for uniform traffic control devices, as it says?
No.
Okay, so it is a non-compliant intersection, holding that copy. Last question for you is, do we expect the Silver Jackets, the Army Corps of Engineers Silver Jacket study to extend towards the park from, say, like Ninth Street Bridge downstream?
Yes, thank you. As you all know, and some community members may know, the city is working with the Army Corps of Engineers and the Montana Department of Natural Resources and Conservation on a national interagency flood management project known as a Silver Jackets project that is evaluating breaches in the levee and the magnitude and severity of different breaches under different high water circumstances. And so we are evaluating the levee. The Army Corps that levee is not a certified levee. It's actually not even a levee, not a certified flood control device. And when the Army Corps looks at that levee, they take top of road as the base elevation. And so it is, as of right now, in the 500-year floodplain. We had received draft maps earlier this week that may move Upper Fleshman Creek or the part of Fleshman Creek directly upstream of the lagoon into the 100-year floodplain and potentially parts of that into the regulatory floodway. So I do expect that when the new flood maps are produced, if Fleshman Creek upstream of the lagoon is included, that we will very likely have changes in Sacagawea and Miles Park's floodplain status, and they may move up into the 100-year floodplain. And quite honestly, there's some parts that could move into the regulatory floodway, which would completely preclude improvements or work in that area.
Understood. Do we know what the timeline is on receiving their recommendations?
So the draft maps are anticipated about 11 months from now. And then they would go out for a public comment process at that time.
Thank you. I'm done.
I have one more
Thank
project.
you, Commissioner Welch. Commissioner Vice Chair Nunes.
I'm thinking about process, and I'm thinking about training with the local government center that indicated that when process was violated in Great Falls by the local government, an individual sued the city of Great Falls and was awarded nearly $1 million for her claim. And I'm wondering about potential violation of the public process for the parks master plan. Because we haven't voted on it, and if things are acted on it before the public has a chance to give input, and if we're making decisions before the public has a chance to give input on this parcel, which we know is included and we've been talking about it for months. I'm concerned about our liability, especially if it's $1 million a claim, 10 years ago or however long ago that was. Do you have feedback from MMIA or legal counsel about potential process violations that we need to be considering?
Yes, the city attorney, not only the civil city attorney, but also the prosecuting city attorney and I have had many discussions on this matter in the last almost 2 weeks or so since it arose, and I do have genuine concerns because at the end of the day, the city general fund is responsible for all of the claims upon the city. There is language in Montana Code annotated that does allow cities to do a supplemental property tax levy to cover the cost of settlements, legal settlements. The city has not, in my time or to the best of my knowledge prior to me, invoked that section of Montana Code annotated. But as we have discussed in other legal issues where we had a very high dollar exposure into the tens of millions of dollars within the last several months, the question when faced with a claim and a decision from the court and award of that magnitude would really be whether we would curtail services or whether we would levy additional property tax to fund that claim. And so, yeah, I do have some general concerns with the city's liability. I've only been here 2.5 years and we've been sued 7 times for things that predated my arrival. And so we unfortunately live in a litigious society, which is why we employ several attorneys here at the city of Livingston.
How many lawsuits have we incurred since you've been here?
The city has been named as a party in 7 suits since I've been here 2.5 years
Under your administration?
under my administration.
Those were prior to your administration. How many have been since your administration?
So there was one suit that I guess could be, it was the second Mountain View lawsuit.
Okay.
Which was the second application of the first.
That was part of,
prior.
that was still prior to your time, I would say, because it happened before you.
So none of
Okay.
none of the suits have involved actions of the city or others to the cities in my time here.
Okay. Yeah. Just a reminder, I know the answer to this, but what's our general fund budget versus our overall budget?
General fund budget's approximately $8 million. Overall budget, including all of the enterprise funds, gets a little bit closer to $29 million.
So we're talking about 8 people or fewer potentially making a claim, and we would be talking about not what we're gonna do with our parks, but how are we gonna get trash to the landfill? How are we gonna have water? How will people flush their toilets? It will be the most basic. Hopefully we can keep. I mean, that's the reality of what we're talking about is basic services like parks and. Yeah, like this is a
Sanitation.
great thing to have to talk about is parks. Like we're lucky we get to have this conversation, I think.
So just a quick point of clarification, the water, sewer, trash are all enterprise funds, which are treated separate
Thank
and
you.
outside of the general
So-
fund. So we'd actually be talking about things like
Police
police,
and fire.
fire and recreation and other general fund.
So police and
agencies.
fire and recreation
And parks maintenance as well.
and parks maintenance, those would be the first things that we'd have to start
Well,
taking we wouldn't be thinking about growing them, let's just put it that way. Okay, I think that's like important for me as one commissioner, because I know I hear people talk about their wants for police and fire particularly, and recreation, but police and fire come up consistently. Thank you. Now I yield.
Now, normally at 7 PM or at the hour-and-a-half mark, we take a quick break.
I'll make a motion for a 10-minute break.
You'll have to pee. I don't know about anybody else.
Second.
All in favor?
I
Aye. Opposed? We'll return at 7:25. This meeting of the Livingston City Commission is back in session. I just have one more clarifying question. And then I'm done.
Can we either have people come in or shut the doors? What do you think?
You guys take your seats, you know, they're having trouble hearing us back there anyway, so if you just take your seats or, thank you, guys. I have just but one clarifying question. Regarding litigation and stuff like that and lawsuits, and being liable for damages, we do have insurance. Can you explain that process of how it would affect our general fund if we were to be sued?
So we do have liability insurance with a cap, and so the Montana Municipal Interlocal Authority will cover the first $500,000 of liability coverage, and then the city is on the hook for judgments beyond that.
Yeah.
And in cases of torts, we actually don't have tort coverage. And so if someone were to make a tort claim against the city that was upheld by the courts, then the city and its taxpayers would be liable for that entire decision.
Thank you. Yeah, that question came to mind. I just want to make sure everybody was clear on that. Okay, with that, following the procedure. Can we go to public comment, or should you want to work through a solution
Would you
first?
want to hear like what the ideas from the commission were,
Sure.
so people can comment on them?
That's probably
Yeah.
a good idea.
Yeah.
Then everything's out on the table by then.
Mhm.
Okay, our next will, as commissioners, let's talk through possible solutions and next steps. Whoever feels like, jumping in and starting this off.
Sure, I'll jump in and start
Commissioner
us off.
Willich.
All right, here's what I'm thinking. The flag pole and property prior to 2020 were city property as dedicated in 1991. That's how I believe it. So in 2020, it was taken down. Should it have been replaced sooner than 2025? In my opinion, yes. We also had a pretty ugly flood in 2022, so there was some things in the middle of that, including the passing of our city manager, interim manager, hiring a new manager. So that's 3 years now. To make it as simple as possible, here's the solution that I see. We leave the flagpole up. The VFW dedicates it to the city. We take over ownership and maintenance, raising, lowering, with the understanding that that intersection is a non-conforming intersection and it will be addressed in the new master plan. It'll probably also be addressed by the Silver Jackets report. So we leave the interim pole up. We come up with a plan for a veterans memorial, as so far it looks like there's some sort of renderings going on. We have more input from our veteran groups about what they'd like to see there as well as elsewhere. You guys are citizens of the city as well. But that way, I think we take away the liability for other groups to come in and just load up flagpoles wherever they want. The veterans get their flagpole and their memorial space. And we move forward essentially in stride. I yield. I think that's pretty okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Willich. Any other commissioner care to offer any thoughts at this time? We will discuss them after public comment as well, but.
So I am confused about the process because this is not our usual process. So, we are offering solutions. Are we addressing other commissioners' solutions and our thoughts of said solutions at this point, or you just want us to offer solutions? I'm confused.
Yeah, I think it's just, kind of a personal opinion on it, before it goes to public comment, I mean, is there anything you want to see now? We don't have to,
I guess I can go first if you want.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, I guess like for this process, what I'm thinking is, like what I would like to hear from the public, right? Like when considering ideas is, Commissioner Welch, I think you posed an interesting idea. My concerns would be the liability for a pole that's not up to code. And like, do I as a commissioner want to accept a liability for something that could cause harm to the community that's not up to the engineering standards? That's a conversation like I think it's important to have. And do we want to accept liability for a process violation where someone could come forward and say the decision to keep the pole is violating the public process of the parks master plan? I'm concerned about like the Great Falls thing happening in Livingston.
Sure.
Like, is that a liability that the community wants the commission to take on? Because that would mean the general fund could potentially take a huge hit, which means taxes could go up, which means we're having difficult conversations about the departments that were named, particularly police, fire, parks, and park maintenance, I think. Is that a liability that the community wants us to take? Because we've been in the, you know, that's a situation we were in with certain lawsuits too, right? Is like, there's real meaning to lose money from the general fund. And so I want to know, like, you know, would people rather we go down this avenue and like this stays and then we're at risk for not just physical like damages, but also like the process damages, which are probably at least as expensive, if not more. That's kind of what I want to hear feedback on, personally. And then like, I do think that we should be thinking about like policy. If MMIA says we need a flag policy that was in the PowerPoint, you know, do we want to, as a commission, restrict the use of public flagpoles to display official flags only? Do we want to decide what those official flags are as a governing body? I know that that's a thing happening around the country right now in different states. Or do we want it to be in anything goes on certain poles where we just monitor the size, but people can put almost anything they want on that pole as part of free speech? I don't know, like, I guess I want to hear, like, what do people want from us? Do they want us to prioritize this one individual flagpole, or do they want us to prioritize protecting the budget? You know, do they want us to allow anything on flagpoles ever, or do they want it to be like US flag, POW, state of Montana, and the Livingston flag, and keep it at like the standard that most cities do? That's kind of like what I'm curious to hear about, when we're thinking through solutions from my perspective.
Yeah, I think it's this time, yeah.
I'm happy to go then too.
Yeah.
First of all, I think we all need. Our number one job as a commission is to ensure for public health and safety. That's the number one. I have grave concerns about a teenager plowing into that flagpole. And
Please,
15 miles an hour.
yeah,
please.
They brought it up at the last meeting.
unfortunately, we know that teenagers don't drive at 15 miles an hour. And when,
Quiet, guys, please.
no,
I mean, I don't want to have to take a break already, okay? Let the commissioner speak, please. You will have your opportunity. Thank you.
I've seen horrific accidents. And to see a flagpole go through the car of a teenager and kill them is horrific. And I, as a commissioner, have concerns about that. That's why there's specific ways to build things in roadways. I'm looking forward to the Parks Master Plan and what we may be able to do with that to make an appropriate memorial for our veterans. That's not a patch of dirt in the middle of the road. I went out to look at that area before our last meeting, parked my car and walked out there and almost got hit getting out there. So I look forward to a safe place where veterans of all disabilities and abilities can go out there and enjoy it. So that is a concern with me of just leaving said flagpole up. We don't know how it was put up. We don't know what the safety of that flagpole is. That flagpole is not provided, it's not equipped to have a flag up there 24 hours a day, which means that we would have to pay staff to take it up, put it up and take it down every day, or take it down potentially in wind events. So that that is concerning to me. We have a flag right now in the park that is accessible to everyone. For me, I feel like that flag at the moment is the potential solution, knowing that we're working for something else. Because this isn't the end of the conversation. This isn't the end of the story. This is just the beginning. So those are sort of my thoughts and concerns. I'm really looking forward to what the Parks Master Plan has in store and the thoughts of the public of what that memorial may look like. And if we keep allowing groups to add a memorial here and a memorial there, it's going to continue. And so can we as a group, can veterans all come together and have, as discussed in what we've been shown so far, the very beginning of a draft of Veterans Memorial that includes everyone. I'll leave it there for now. I have a story I would like to tell, but I will wait until your discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner. I agree with you 100% on the liability issue. My first and foremost responsibility as a city commissioner is the health and safety of the community, and also the bottom line, which is the budget. First and foremost, we all took an oath to the Constitution of the United States and the state of Montana to take this office, and I take my responsibilities very seriously. And our safety comes first. So any other commissioners at this time want to weigh back in before I open public comment, which I think is about time.
I think I'm ready to deliberate at deliberation time.
Yeah.
I got some definitions of things.
Commissioners? Okay. Just once again, we have 4 minutes. Please direct your comments to the commission, at me, the chair, specifically. And see if we keep it respectful. I don't want to keep taking breaks, but I will if we have to. And I want to hear everybody's thoughts and stuff on this. So I'm gonna get the timer up here in a second. What? Oh, yeah, and remember, please sign in and state your name and address. Sign in before or after your comments. Be fine.
I'll have the timer on the screen here.
And timer will be on screen.
Before online.
Yeah, and we do in the room before we go online. Oh, Doug?
My name is Bob Meacham, and as a quick disclosure, I am an officer with the American Legion, not affiliated with the VFW and officer. Point of order, I am the one that I talked with the city manager about. He contacted me when we were in a meeting, and I got back to him the next day and talked with him. And we both agreed that the best course of action for this was to have the 2 commanders, the Legion commander and the VFW commander, meet with him. And I explained to him that the Legion commander was out of town, out of state, and would not be back until sometime this week. The Legion commander was online for this meeting until she got knocked off as a result of one of the things you guys did where everybody got knocked offline. So the Legion commander was part of this. Pertaining to some of the things relative to the aspect, if the original flagpole had not been taken down, your liability would be exactly the same as it is now. That flagpole was not hinged. That flagpole was not built to be able to withstand a 30-mile-an-hour car drive and this type of thing. So your liability hasn't changed as a result of that. And I accept, Mr. Willich, I guess, his proposal that the existing, flagpole that it was erected be used as an interim flagpole until the park development comes through. The plan that we saw here, it would have been nice to see that plan before this meeting. That plan, as far as I know, is still not on the website, on the city website. That memorial that's as presented there is, as a result, we had a meeting with the VFW and the various organizations within, around the Legion. And that site was exactly one of the sites that we had earmarked as a possible. And so I think we would be more than happy to be able to accept that as an interim flagpole and an interim situation until wherever 2 years down the line. I know cities don't work fast. You haven't even approved the plan yet. You're probably looking at 2 years or more before anything starts. That would be acceptable to us. If we need to if the veterans organizations need to maintain some of the aspects of the flagpole is lighted. If there's a light at the top, it was not operational at first, but it has been operational since Saturday. So that light is lighted, so it meets that requirement. Then the other part of this is in talking with a friend of mine that's a very good lawyer. He reminded me that there is a term, since the flagpole was originally taken down, the city quit maintaining that property. Even though you say it's city property, there was no maintenance on that property. During that period of time, the volunteer organizations, the veterans organization did some maintenance on it. We had people coming from Counterpoint, riding their bicycle over to do maintenance on that. The city wasn't touching it. They were ignoring it because the flagpole was down. So we took on the aspect of maintaining that. Even a women's organization my wife belongs to did some of the work with the flowers. So, and there's a legal aspect term is called latches. And that is if you have a situation and you know there's a problem with it and you don't do anything about it, then it negates your ability to do anything, to enforce anything to go along with that. So I'll just leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Yeager, the outgoing commander of the American Legion Post 23. I'm also a member of VFW Post 2154. I think the premise or what you labeled this tonight on the agenda is not accurate, because that site was dedicated. City officials were present, so I think we've concluded that the city has owned that place for a long time now. I think anything that needs to be done with that, any of the concerns that you have, the lighting issue won't be an issue, locking mechanism, that will be taken care of. But to be perfectly honest, that thing was dedicated in 91 to Desert Storm veterans, and we have a Desert Storm veteran here that was there when that was dedicated that's going to speak to you tonight. But to me, it's a disgrace that flagpole got taken down by the city and then nothing got done with it. It's 5 years. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is the overpass. It's 1988. To me, just hearing some of the things that come out tonight with that flood plan, to me, that's gonna flush, depending on what comes out of that plan, that could flush your parks plan. And then how many years are we gonna sit? And then we got a memorial down there that still hasn't been rectified. So, yeah, you may not like what the veterans of Park County did, but you've let us down as a city. This is disgraceful for veterans and their spouses, sisters, brothers. that have gone and fought for this country, this state. To discuss your concern, Ms. Kale. I've lived here for 31 years. Not once have I heard of an incident with that, when that flagpole was erected with anybody down there. So yeah, something could happen. But it could have happened when the flagpole that was there. And it's exactly the same as the flagpole that's there now. So I guess Mr. Willich here has proposed an idea that I think the veterans in this room will support. And if you need help, you need to reach out to us. And you, Mr. Gager, need to work a little harder at getting in touch with us.
Trust
So you
it to
can-
me, please.
Okay, so you can tell him that it's not hard to walk into the Legion. Walk into the Legion, there's people there that I guarantee has got all of the officers' phone numbers or knows somebody who does, so try a little harder. There's been a lot of animosity, and I think you can read from the local social media that there's a lot of citizens in this town that are upset with how the city has handled this issue. And I think each one of you sitting here that are elected need to think long and hard with how you proceed with this. Because I think some of you are coming up for reelection in November. And it may have an impact. Sorry, this is,
You have 9 seconds left. I don't know.
Okay.
See the timer.
we'll call it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold applause till the end, perhaps. Thank you.
I'm gonna stand right here so these individuals can hear me. And I can look at you and I can look at you.
Can you state your name?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to. I'm just letting you know where I'm standing. My name is Darren Berksing. I graduated out of Clyde Park in 1990. I went to Desert Storm. We're not paying attention here. That so-called memorial down there is my memorial. Desert Storm. There's another one right here, right? So it's your so-called memorial. Just let you know, I was deployed. I was overseas for 14 out of 20 of my years. I don't know how many of you guys have to do with veterans around here or in your family. My whole family is. Well, look at that flip of wall, or excuse me, that wall in the Legion. Berksing's all across it, okay? And with this gentleman here, whoever your veterans were that put up your new flagpole, good on them, okay? Leave it up there till you guys can come up with a different plan, whatever you want. That flag needs to be there, okay? I'm 100% American. I've been here 55 years. I'm not recognizing anybody's name, okay? I'm Park County veteran, okay? I'm pissed. I'm shaking. You guys would want to take American flag down. And my memorial down there in the triangle. I can understand maybe moving it wherever you want to do, but that is our Desert Storm veterans that got called over there to do what we had to do, okay? Also did Operation Southern Watch twice. I did Afghanistan for over a year, along with being in Japan and Korea, okay? Montana boy, we love us. Like what you have to say? I like your proposal. You need to figure it out. I'm gonna leave you on this note right here. That American flag is your symbol of freedom. You're talking about anybody else want to put up a flag here or there? That is the American flag. Here's your American flag. Here, everybody else, I don't care whatever flipping flags there were. That is your American flag. If you've ever saw a coffin with an American flag draped on it, getting put on a C5, which we did every night and flipping Afghanistan, you might have a little bit different attitude about it, okay? Standing out there watching them load 2 to 50 caskets a night. That is the American flag. I can understand maybe something with your flagpole, but as of right now, leave it where it's at. We'll figure it out, but that flag needs to be flying, okay? Remember, you all get a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Paul Bradley. I served in 5 wars. I want that flag up. I support what he said. Make it an interim. Come up with another idea. We'll go with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, my name is Darcy Bible, and I know you know my last name. I am a US veteran. I'm a daughter of a Navy veteran and a granddaughter of a Navy veteran. I'm also the girlfriend of a US Army veteran who is a son of a pair of veterans and a grandson of a veteran. My grandfather lost 2 brothers who are still MIA in World War II. I've lost friends and fellow soldiers to combat, as well as to the various health issues directly contributed to their service in the military. To know that we're living in a town that has a city government that feels it proper to downplay the importance of this nation's flag is another embarrassment. This is the flag of the United States of America. We're talking about a memorial for the veterans who did not survive their service to you or your freedom for which they bravely fought. To answer publicly to one of the Facebook posts, folks who felt that it's not a big deal to wait another 10 days for the plan to be published, I say, this weekend is Memorial Day, a day of remembrance, a day for which we requested over a month ago to post a temporary flag while the plans were finalized. And I'm sorry, it's a little emotional for me. To which we were addressed during a break off record with the response of, we'll take it into consideration by Chair Schwartz. No answer has since been given. It's also a mere 45 days until the 4th of July, the celebration of our country for which this flag stands. This may just be another day or weekend to party for all of you sitting in front of us here tonight, but for a good amount of us in this room and for those who couldn't be here, this is a somber realization of what we have to be thankful for.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Eric Bradley, current commander of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, Post 2154 here in Livingston. I'm not hard to find. I'm not Batman. So, you have been erroneously informed. The flag has had a light on it since the day that it was put up. That light malfunctioned. It has since been repaired. The last 3 or 4 nights it's been lit. You need to get out more, I think. The halyard is secured as of now. It's got a box on it. We'll lock it up until such time as we hand the keys over to the city, if the city so desires. We've been more than happy to gift you the flag, the interim flagpole, until such time as a long-term solution can be made. Arguments that the 14th Amendment or some other piece of lawfare apply are moot by virtue of the fact that a city resolution in 1991 was passed. City officials participated in the dedication of that flagpole. Time was short. I'm going through the microfiche records of the Park County Enterprise, the paper of record at the time. Microfiche reader, the library's down. I'm having to go to Bozeman, but when I find the news article commemorating that, I'll be happy to provide that. Barring that, we'll do a FOIA act somewhere in these minutes from 1991 is the resolution, I'm sure. Unless it's been removed, which would be really bad. So we waited for 5 years and people have said, be patient. Define patient. Again, a plan due in another 10 days, followed by action a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road. This robust and august learned body in various incarnations through the years, not pointing any fingers, has been bittering about a railroad crossing for 30+ years. So we're not taking it as an article of faith that things will move very quickly. Having said that, again, all we asked for was an interim flagpole ahead of Memorial Day, Veterans Day. And, Councilmember, Willich's recommendation suits us just fine. We'd be more than happy to turn over the keys to the flagpole once we put a lock on it. I would tell you that under some of the creative lawfare approaches you've reached out with, Montana Constitution Article 2, Section 35, servicemen, servicewomen, and veterans shall be given special considerations as determined by the legislature. So the Montana Constitution affords you the authority as a local body, governing body, to make some concessions. Concessions like replace or allow us to replace what you took down. City dedicated, the city participated in dedication, authorized it, made a resolution, it went up. City took it down, said they were gonna replace it. Clarify, Grant Gager, or not Grant Gager, Gager, whatever. Mike
Gager,
Cardos,
it's
Gager,
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 yeah.
Gager. Mike Cardos was looking to join the VFW. We had a conversation with him about the flagpole. We all kind of agreed, feeding it money in the form of flags in these winds was a 100-foot flagpole might have been a bridge too far. Nonetheless, the pledge was made to replace that flagpole, and it never happened. Understand, there have been incidents, and his untimely death being one of them, the flood being another. Nonetheless, 5 years is a long time. A very long time. I'm not gonna try to pull on your heartstrings with stories of veterans and war and loss. I got 5 trips to Afghanistan and an 18-point there in Iraq, and I've buried plenty of brothers. But we've got a great solution here in mind. And again, 30+ years, there wasn't an accident with the pre-existing flagpole. And there are substantial concrete barriers, additional bollards could be installed or barriers for safety to preserve the interim flagpole from becoming an issue.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. Any other public comment?
Yeah, I'm Ed Gilbert. I'm a Vietnam veteran. That flag is pretty important. It's just, I spent 16 months in Vietnam. I've seen our flag burned. I've seen it torn down and stomped on. You know, that flag needs to be up there. I've seen friends of mine die. We need that flag. It spurs all veterans, not just, it's not a flag for any political party, any political reason. It's a flag for the United States of America, and I'm proud of our country.
Thank you, Ed.
Kemp O'Neill. I've lived here for 30 or 64 of my 64 years. My father lived here for 92 of his years before he passed away. My dad was one of the original enlistees in the Air Force in the Korean War, when they actually wore 3 different uniform pieces because they didn't actually have an Air Force uniform. I'm not a vet, but that flag down there is not the vet's flag. It is our flag. It's the United States flag. It is not I don't want to get off on those other flags that you mentioned earlier, but it's not a damn organization. It is the United States of America. That flag belongs to me. It belongs to you. They may have put it up, but it is our flag. It belongs to this country. And I think that I'm amazed that somebody actually came up with something that could maybe make this viable. My background is I'm a general contractor. I've done commercial work. I've poured over 50,000 yards of concrete in my life. I've built somewhere around 50 homes, a lot of them that you can't even get to because they're places where you can't afford to go. Well, I can't, other than when I'm told I can. There is a solution to the breakaway. It would take an engineer, which I'm not, but I read engineer plans and put them to the ground. I'm sure that some engineer can tell you how many holes and what size need to be drilled and where to make that a breakaway. I have lost teenage friends when I was in high school. I lost 3 of them in one car wreck up at Chico. The shenanigans are shenanigans, but the speed limit's 15 miles an hour down there. And those kids could hit one of those damn trees down there just as easy. So are you gonna cut all the trees or drill holes through all those trees? That's my question. And how safe do you need to make? Are you gonna bubble wrap the damn park? I went off a cliff 11 years ago, spent 14 weeks in the hospital. Died multiple times before they got things under control. I did it to myself. I wrecked. I'm the one that did it to myself. I take responsibility for that. And people have to have responsibility for their own actions. This is absolutely the most asinine thing that I have ever seen. But I do want you to remember, that's not the veterans' flag. That's our flag. It's everybody in this United States, and it's time people stand up and start supporting the United States of America. Or maybe you do want to be someplace else. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other public comment in the room? Feel free to come up.
Keeper, 325 South Main Street. I am so goddamn critical of the,
Language, Jay, come on, bud.
what, okay, I'm very disgusted with the daily paper there and the electronic media called the Park County Dugout. They have served as a public relations agent for you. There, when I saw Sean from the Enterprise, quote, you, the chairman and the city manager, and I could just see you scratching your heads, talking to him, saying, I don't know how this rumor got started about the flagpole. It's just a vicious rumor. Now we know how the vicious rumor started. You have not listened to the people of Livingston. If the people of Livingston, I would have been like the people of Bozeman when last June, when they voted. What is your form of government would you like to select? I wish the people of Livingston would have been more like the people of Bozeman and been a little bit more skeptical of the quality of the people that are sitting around this table. It's still not too late. You can get a hold of Patricia Grable and start a petition drive to basically reconsider our form of government. Because I think the city commission and the city manager form of government have basically failed the city of Livingston. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Hi, my name is Heather Bergsing. I am not a veteran. I was born and raised to respect our American flag and also our veterans, which has changed a little bit these days. I just have a little comment. I have a lot of family and friends that come into Livingston, vacation and stuff. And one of their favorite things is going through the park and watching the avenue flags. And they always take pictures of it. They always show everybody. I guess my question would be, what is the difference in having those flags and having the erected flags? Because it seems like you guys get a lot of acknowledgement from those flags. And then just a quick question, I can't remember who was discussing it, but there's a memorial, I guess, that spouses erected, which would be a private organization, correct? Same as this flagpole being erected? Correct, is that right?
We'll answer questions
There's-
after
oh,
the
okay.
fact. We're
Okay.
writing them down, just so
Okay,
you know.
perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Anybody else in the room like to give public comment? Feel free to step up, state your name.
My name is Donald Wood. I'm not a veteran, but, I've known a lot of veterans, and that's one of the reasons I'm talking. The thing about this is, first of all, you're worried about this, the speed limit is only 15 down there. Well, maybe that's too fast. But, you know, maybe we do need a sectioned off so people can get down there without traffic. That's fine, but they put a speed bump around, those kids are not gonna go down, they're not gonna run in that flagpole, that's for sure. And, that way insurance will take care of you too. I'm a little surprised about the commission tonight because it sounds to me like you can't do nothing. You're a commission, you're in charge of the whole city. If you wanna do something, you can do it. Who's gonna tell you not to do it? Tell me. You know anybody who can't tell you what to do in this town? Outside of maybe the sheriff and chief police, I guess. But anyway, I just wanted to know that, and I think that, you know, the American flag it stands for freedom, but it stands for the American people. And we don't need to okay it anywhere. You know, it can be up anywhere, and you can't say, well, that's, bothering someone's free speech. That's just no, it's got a free pass anywhere it goes. It's American flag and it's #1 everywhere. And there's no worry about anybody saying anything other than that. If they do, then they ought to take a hike. But that's about all we've got to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Donald.
Like your suggestion of waving the flagpole where it is in the memorial. Let's bring it up to code to where it is a breakaway. I do not think.
No, I need your name.
Oh, Clark Kelly.
Thanks, Clark.
I don't think this meeting is about the flag. I think it's about the liability of where the flagpole is. If we could please just bring that up to code in the interim, probably be a very inexpensive expense. And then the veterans groups would be happy, the people of America and Park County would be happy. And I think that's a very viable solution of, at least in the interim, and having these gentlemen and any patriot be available for input into the new memorial that is in the parks plan.
Mhm.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Clark. Appreciate it. Anybody else in the room?
So my name is Nicole Mayer. I am not a veteran. However, I am not officially, but very involved with teenage life in this town and have been for many years. I've been to more funerals than I can count for teenagers in this town that have decided to end their own life. I am sick of going to funerals for suicides, for anybody, really. But bringing up, in my opinion, that I don't have kids there. I don't have my own kids. I have a nephew that all the kids I adore, but that drives in this town. It makes me a little crazy, you know. But to have that brought up regarding a flag, having children run into that flag pole, here at this time, to me is a little insulting to it being mental health month for one. And much rather, if we're gonna bring up dead kids, I'd much rather it be about something that happens way more often than kids running into poles. I don't want anything to happen like that at all. None of it, nobody does, of course. You know, but that line of thinking is a little frightening to me as far as safety and concern are absolutely your duty, all of our duties to be aware of and never put the public, purposely at risk. But I don't think that has anything to do with this subject necessarily. I'm much more concerned with teen suicide than kids running into a pole. Which is not good, but anyway, I guess I just had to say that if that was we were gonna talk about high schoolers being ridiculous, then suicide's a much, much bigger issue. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Nicole. Anyone else in the room before I go online? Okay, seeing no one in the room at the moment, let's go online. Anyone online want to make public comment, please come up, mute, raise your hand, and I see Melody Mount has got her hand up first. Melody, please go ahead. You have 4 minutes.
Hi, Melody Mount, 10 Cokedale Spur. I have spoken in the past, so you all know my opinion on the flagpole and having the flag out there. My opinions coincide with most all that have been mentioned as well. So a couple of points I want to make. One is, like Eric Bradley, I am very easy to find. I have emailed and called and left messages with the city manager on multiple occasions that actually have gone unanswered, and I did have an actual face-to-face meeting as well. So as a part of the American Legion, I am not hard to find or to get a hold of to have a conversation. The other thing that I want to reiterate, the face-to-face meeting that I did have with city manager in August of 2024, when we had the discussion on getting the flagpole, and again, at that time, I will reiterate, I asked very specifically, can we please put up an interim flagpole at no cost to the city while we wait for the city to work out their master plan? I was told flat out, no, that would not happen, sadly. But the other thing that I very specifically requested at that meeting as well is that we, as a stakeholder in the park, be part of the conversation at the stakeholders meeting. That also did not happen. We have our Avenue of Flags, which, as mentioned, has been complimented by so many people. And I have seen so many comments about that wonderful Avenue of Flags that is put up on Facebook and all of those places. It is a great compliment to the city. And yet we, as the veteran service organizations, have been totally blocked out of the conversations on this master plan. And that is all we wanted to do, was just have a conversation, be part of the, process. And again, just put something up so we have a flag there. When we have our Memorial Day, when we have Flag Day, when we have 4th of July, we have 9/11 services down there. We have Veterans Day. We have Pearl Harbor Day. And we've gone all of those years with no flagpole down at that river that, again, is such a beautiful sight. Sleeping Giant in the background, and our ceremonies that obviously you guys, I'm assuming, have not ever attended. And I invite you to attend one of them to see. And that flagpole makes a difference. And then the last thing I have is, can you tell me if the flags in front of City Hall and in front of the county are breakaway flags? Because I know somebody could drive up on the sidewalk and run into those flags. So that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Melody. See Jackie Feigel's hand up. Please come off mute, Jackie.
Hi, so Jackie Feigl. I live at 166 Miller Drive, Livingston. I wanted to show support for leaving the flagpole up. I think Commissioner Willich came up with a really good plan. Again, we don't know how long it's going to take before this whole master plan comes into place, before we break ground. And I think in that time, we need to have our flag flying down there in the park. Unlike other things in the town, sometimes things can't be all meshed into one. This is a memorial for a war that our country and our citizens in Park County fought for and fought in. And I think having a separate memorial is a really beautiful thing. And I've attended a lot of those services down in the park. And they're beautiful. And to have our flag, our country's flag, flying every single day is, I think that's just beautiful for all of us as Americans. And I just want to say thank you to our veterans, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jackie. Anybody else online like to make a public comment? Just raise your hand, come off mute, or you got your hand up.
Zoom user.
Okay,
I'll ask to unmute her.
okay,
Okay.
you're unmuted. Just state your name, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jamie Rebsum. I live at 106 Arbor Drive in the city limits of Livingston, Montana. I think when Mr. Gager said, we need to do things by the book, I definitely agree. And of course, with the fast notice of this meeting, there wasn't a lot of time to prepare. But I think as the city commission, it's pretty clear that there would have been a resolution passed by the city commission in 1991 to designate this as a veterans memorial. And in that resolution, I believe that the city commission left the maintenance and care of that veterans memorial to the veterans. So the question on the table today is, are we going to agree to construct a flag at this memorial site? Is probably not the legal route to go about it. The question is, do we have a resolution that already allowed for a flag to fly in that location? And is this a replacement of that flag, which the previous city manager clearly acknowledged. So I think the question is, you know, where is that resolution? Have you guys seen that resolution that was established in 1991? And this, of course, would be a national historic registry location, which I think is another issue. So while it is on city property, this city has already created a resolution, which is a law that designated this Veterans Memorial to veterans for all people, that flies the American flag and probably stood there and flew that flag for up to 30 years before it was taken down. So it's not, are we constructing a flag? It's the people who were allowed by law in the city resolution to care for it should certainly be able to replace a flagpole that would have been corroded. Thank you for your time and attention. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jamie. And, you see, what name is this? Julie Riley. Yeah, come off mute and state your name, please. Thank you.
My name is Julie Riley. I live at 214 South 2nd Street in downtown Livingston. I am addressing some of the early concerns raised by the city manager, where he showed a PowerPoint about a Supreme Court decision and talked about equal treatment under the law, being legally problematic, opening the door for any Nazi to fly their flag on city property, how it violates free speech rights, and being very concerned about the commission's liability. What I'd like to say about that is none of these applies to something that was permitted in 1991. So since this is a replacement, it really is not opening the door to any of those concerns at this time. That's not an apples to apples type of situation here. What we're talking about is something that was, as the previous person ahead of me talked, that this is something that was already established. So the dispensation of allowing an interim flagpole is a totally different situation than Nazis being allowed to put up their flag. Does that make sense? That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Julie. Anybody else online? Come off mute, raise your hand. Not seeing anyone online. Nope, we went already. Okay, seeing nobody online, we'll move it back to the commission room. Ask for a chance to comment one more time before we deliberate.
Public comment?
Yep, please come up.
Carrie Yeager, 1205 Mule Haven. John Yeager is my husband. And I just wanted to say, we need that flag back. I've raised teenagers in this town. They haven't hit any poles. Apparently there has not been a pole there since they've been driving. Flagpole or anything, but I have had people drive into my yard, and hit my fence. It can be messy. Not to downplay your concern about safety, but it's not just teenagers I'm worried about that would possibly hit the pole, but or run into a pole. But as I said, and as others have said before, it's already been laid down. It was 1991. It's been approved. It's there. This is not the first time that our veterans have come to you guys and asked to replace this pole. I've heard about it from my husband at least 5 times in the last year and a half. They have come before you and it has not happened, and to be disregarded again and told, well, we'll think about it, and then come forward with all these concerns about liability. I don't remember hearing anything like that prior to, and hearing what it means. If you've never had someone that served in the military, or you've never been to an event that involves anything with flags, military, or dedication, you should go. because you don't know as a family member how much that means to your veteran until they're in a ceremony, and how much effort they put into it, and how serious they are about it, and how serious they take it, and how much it means to them. And for you to disregard them and tell them that it's not good enough. Or we need to think about it for something that's already been there. It's in place, you have it there. We're at least 11 months out before we even get to talk about what the plan might be. And then have to vote about what the plan will be before the plan even gets enacted. So blasphemous to think that you would think for them waiting another 2 years for this is not fair. But you need to give our veterans, they've asked for it multiple times. Your failure to follow through, help them out, and show them the respect that they all deserve. This would mean a lot. And I think this is your opportunity to show these veterans what it means, what their sacrifice meant, and that what they did for this flag, and why for the American, for Montana, and for everybody in this town, and how much it means. You need to respect that. I find it very spirited.
Thank you, Carrie. Oh, she did. Oh, okay. I'll get back to online after I take in the room wasn't, so hang tight. Thank you.
Peggy O'Neill, I live at 210 Ash Lane. I wasn't gonna get up and say anything tonight, but I decided I needed to. This week I've been planning a funeral for a Vietnam veteran. He didn't die in the Vietnam War, but that war had affected his whole 76 years of his life. From the moment the mortuary picked his body up, he was covered in the American flag. The funeral home right now, he's covered in the American flag. He gave a lot for this country to continue his whole life. That flag is so important, and it is the United States flag. If I had my way, I would put the flag on every corner in this city. We are Americans. This is the United States. We need to support our veterans. And it's so important that we do. And I just want to say, just because they died in the war doesn't mean that they don't carry this all their lives if they went and fought in Navy. So respect for the flag is so important, and it's different than a Nazi flag or pride flag or whatever people think they should hang up with the American flag. They fought for our freedom. We're here where we are today. So please keep that flag. I figure this out. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy.
Name's John West, I'm a veteran. And the flag, you guys got to remember, the flag is United States flag. Then I've been a veteran 50 years. And as a Legionnaire of this town, we have asked the city, the police department, the fire department for help to attend our services. We get nothing from you guys, absolutely nothing. In the last 15 years, we might have had, in the last 3 years, we had 3 firemen and 2 officers on occasions down in the park that we've held. That ain't right. That flagpole means more to, it should mean more to everybody in the United States. It's just not us. It's everybody in this town that should stand up for that flag. And it should mean something. If it don't, I'm sorry for you.
John? Anybody else in the room?
Well, I might, turn the page here a little bit. Maybe you guys can tell me, I don't need to be speaking. I'm not.
I need your name. Can you see?
My name's Chuck.
Chuck.
It's not that important. What I have to say is a whole lot more important. I'm not from Livingston. I'm not from Bozeman. I grew up in Pony. Born and raised, left Belgrade
Hey,
in
sir,
85.
you address the commission.
I left in 85 out of Belgrade. I came back in 05. Before I left, I worked down here at Talgo. Well, when I got back, I worked at Talgo. I worked up at the ranch at Clyde Park. And the reason I'm here tonight and listening to all this is because, like Bozeman wanted to address us and say, hey, bring the guys home from Iraq. I said, what are you saying? Why would you want to bring them guys home when we're over there doing our job? I was already back, but my guys were over there. Guys I knew were over there. So tonight I'm asking you all, and I heard one solution, but I see 6 guys that ought to be coming up with solutions. Not one guy with a solution, but everybody coming up with a solution. A solution to go forward, not to tear down the pole and not raise the flag. How about we make sure the light stays lit, which they've already addressed? How about we make sure the lanyard is tied down and secured so nobody can raise something else up there? How about we look for the solution rather than can't. Oh, what if we get sued? Well, good Lord. We got a contractor back here that's talking about a cement guy. I'll bet he can build some 4x4 posts or 2x6 posts out there and make sure that nobody hits the doggone post. For crying out loud. I was born and raised right here in Montana. Just like a lot of other people that stood, fought for the flag, spent 20 years in the service, came back, and what I'm hearing from the commission, for the most part, is we just can't do that. For the last 5 years. What did the Legion do? They put up the doggone pole. Let's find a solution to make it work now that it's already there. It didn't cost you $38,000, they put it up. Seems pretty easy to me. That's all I got.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room?
I'm Kelly Bonnell Bishop. The Katie Bonnell Park has already been destroyed in this town. And I will be here to make sure that she is honored and remembered when the new building goes up. The fact that this flag has been torn down, I also was a very, very strong person who built that playground in Sacagawea Park over 25 years ago. I did the fundraising on that. I coordinated the volunteers. I worked with the contractors. I spent hours, days, weeks, and months doing things that the city still has never gone down there and maintained it after we had told that they would. I see the veterans volunteer to go down there, put up the flag, fly the flag, replace the flag, not the city of Livingston. I don't know what has happened to our town. It breaks my heart. No, I don't live here full time. I'm back and forth because of another business that I own. But I will tell you, I keep my thumb and my pulse on what goes on here. And you better darn well know, I'm a 5th generation. I have a grandson here. I want him to know what that flag stands for and what it means. He goes down and plays in that park already. There are people here that, I mean, there's several of them here that know me. I don't know about you guys, but last time I checked, we still live in America. We still live in the beautiful state of Montana. We have something to protect and preserve here. I know most of you aren't from here and haven't been born and raised here and don't have those things to say like a lot of us do that are here. But I will tell you, I actually came to speak on the meters tonight, so I will make my statement on that later because of the health and safety concerns. So I encourage you guys all to stay for that because that's gonna affect you all even worse than what this flagpole is. But I will tell you, there is so much more to this city and there shouldn't even be a meeting here tonight about that flagpole. It should have just been taken care of. There is a company out of Boise, Idaho that does flagpoles like this for a complete living and doesn't charge $22,000 and $32,000 for a flagpole that could be transported here. They do the breakaway flagpoles. Look for solutions. They're out there. People will help us get those things. My husband has a marketing and advertising company. He can help us get the resources for those things. We already know those companies that are out there that could replace things for us. I know these veterans would probably go down there every night if they had to and take those flags down. There's solar lights that can be put up there that can help protect the flag during the night. There's no reason this should even be an issue. But I will say, I'm really saddened and I really hope that you all look yourselves in the face when you're making some of the decisions because you're not from here. You haven't grown up here. You don't have your grandkids here. And I really hope and pray that you all take that into consideration in your decisions in the future of this town, because what has been going on here is not pretty. And this isn't the town that I grew up in. And I know everybody in this room would probably agree with me. Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room? It's the last call. Go online one more time and then we will deliberate. Okay, seeing nobody in the room. Leslie Feigl, go to you online. Come off mute.
Yes, good evening, Commission. I'm sorry, I'm homesick today. I hope you can hear me okay. I just wanted to say, so first of all, I could say 166 Miller Drive as a resident here. I want to say thank you to all of the people in the room that took the courage to stand up and talk about their feelings. I'm very proud of my sister and her speech and about my family as well. And, you know, there's a part to this that I think needs to be remembered. This is not about, even though it's in front of the City Commission tonight, these memorials they stand for everybody in Park County. You have to think about how many years ago when that park was created. That was in the early 1900s when they were finishing the island and pulling it all together. And that park has stood for a central community, central city for the entire county. Everybody comes to enjoy it. And that's why some of our largest events are there. Now, if I make a comment from the Chamber of Commerce, with a visitor center, we see over 5,000 to 6,000 people a year at the visitor center, and we send every one of them just during the 4 months of the high season down to the park to enjoy it. And they all love it. And so many of them do come for Memorial Weekend and many other events that are held there. And our park is just beautiful. And I know that there is a parks master plan because I have been a part of the couple of meetings that helped with the listening sessions to plan it. And I did advocate for keeping the park the way it is because it's a beautiful park and there's nothing wrong with it other than simple upgrades to the building structures and the play structures. So I appreciate your time tonight and listening to everybody in the room and their passions, and really think about how we can move forward with getting through our until the Parks Master Plan is a part of a community conversation and a vote, and until the Flood Master Plan, until FEMA comes out with their Flood Master Plan as well. So I thank you very much, Commissioners. Good night.
Thank you, Leslie. Any other comment online? Please come off mute, raise your hand. Last chance. At least at this time.
Hello?
You see anybody else?
Maybe Tammy Lewis is. unmuted.
Tammy Lewis, is that you? Hard for me to see everybody. Okay, I guess no.
I mean, she's there, but she's on mute. Do you want me to ask to unmute
Sure.
her and see if she?
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
yeah, we can.
Okay.
Sorry about that. So I just wanted to, did you get my
What's your
name and
name? Is this
address?
Tammy?
Yes,
Is this Tammy
Tammy
Lewis?
Lewis,
Okay. Thank you.
84 Fox Run. I just want to say I come from a long line of veterans, and the flag is more symbolic than anything to the community for our veterans that have sacrificed so much for us, for our freedoms. And I think that the city commission should come to a conclusion to allow this flag to fly until we can get the parks master plan in place. And the veterans will do whatever it takes to get that up and going, the breakaway pole or whatever. But it's more of a symbolic relationship with the flag and what that meaning is for our veterans and us Americans. So I just implore the city commissioners to find a resolution to this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tammy. Anybody else online? Raise your hand or come off mute with yourself known.
Yeah, I don't see anyone. I don't see anybody else either.
Okay, public comment is now closed. We're at the hour and a half mark again, which is, we're, common practice to take, 10-minute break.
I'll make a motion for a 10-minute break.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, we'll be back at, 8:55.
And
Okay, this meeting of Livingston City Commission is called back to order. Do our best to answer the questions that it came up during public comment. Start with the first one. The old pole had to come down because of a liability. But the fact that we didn't take it down to meet so-called today's standards, basically, it's not relevant because once you go to replace something, you have to meet today's standards and stuff like that. And the pole is in the middle of a roadway. It's not, it's not on, off a sidewalk or something like that, or, it's right in the middle of the roadway. So those would have to be obviously a breakaway pole, whereas if it's next to a building, off of a roadway, it makes sense that it doesn't need to be breakaway. Let's see. Question about circle of flags, whether or not they're appropriate or up to standard. Mr. Gager, any thoughts on that?
The flags at City Hall.
No, on the circle of flags for Memorial Day. The Avenue of Flags.
The Avenue of Flags.
Sorry.
Quite honestly, the city does have a relatively similar liability there. Because those flags are placed by a private organization, and so the city has not had a request from a different private organization to use those. But yes, if we had a request tomorrow from a different organization to use those, it would be very helpful to the city and to our liability profile if we had a policy for that and what is allowable on those.
Okay.
Because those are also on public property in Sacagawea Park. Yeah.
Any other?
Yeah, I have.
Got one?
Yeah. What would it take for the pole that was erected to be in compliance?
Oh, yeah.
I am not a structural engineer. The city employs one, and I'd be happy to have a conversation. not in the room. So I'd be happy to have a conversation with the team to find out, what we could do to get that pole, more compliant.
Also, there was an attorney on who brought up legal questions. One was about the 1991 resolution, and would this actually be a new action, or would it just be a replacement of an item based on a previous resolution? I'll get to our other questions after this one.
So, just as I am not a structural engineer, I am also not an attorney.
Right.
But I would note that it is worth correcting, that public commenter. Laws in the local laws in the state of Montana are not done through resolution. They are done through ordinances. Ordinances are codified in the municipal code after 2 readings and 30 days. Resolutions are more statements of intent or policy statements of a governing body in the state of Montana. And so the 1991 resolution, yes, the city is aware of it, and it is with an organization. That said, again, back to my initial comments, the city has not actually confirmed with any organization or been able to confirm with any organization that it was in fact the organization that erected these this new pole. And in the intervening time since the 1991 resolution was passed by the commission has declined to take other action, such as, restoring the pole, right? Even though it has been a topic of conversation before the commission and it was discussed. The commission declined, and the city manager did not request, really, or move to have a new pole put in. And so there is certainly evidence of legislative intent to not have this triangle as a veterans memorial over the last several years. And so to the extent that it was the desire and will of the city commission to have a veterans memorial at that site, because the 5 years, because a significant amount of time passed without a memorial there, and the commission affirmatively, determined it was not their desire at that time to have a memorial, I think it would be wise to have this commission accept that pole and create a new memorial if that is the will of the commission, if that makes sense.
Can I just clarify, since I was one of the commissioners, at least for one of the votes, before I go to the next question? Is that okay with you? Okay. I know we voted to allocate funds, so just to be clear, like, we were in support of replacing the flagpole. The recommendation was for the 100-foot flagpole, and one of these commenters tonight, thank you, brought up that that wasn't the issue. It wasn't that we didn't want a flagpole. It was that a lot of the public turned out to say they didn't want it to be 100 feet tall. That, I don't think that was VFW folks that were, I think they just always have wanted a flag, and we were in agreement with that, which is why we allocated money. And then to learn, that the money we allocated towards that went somewhere else it's a frustrating thing as a commissioner. But we're here now. So I'm interested in what we can do now, not, we can't do anything. Sadly, we can't do anything about what's already been done, but, I would just say that I think that was the intent of the commission, from what I remember, is that it was stuck around the 100-foot pole, and then nothing came back to us on this topic, until you came here, and we made sure that it was in the Parks Master Plan, because we weren't done with it yet. That was my recollection. Is there anything you would add before I go to the next question?
No, that's perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what I remember as well.
Just turning to him because you guys weren't here yet. Sorry, I'm not trying to turn away from him. The National Park Historic Registry was brought up in relation to the park. Does that impact anything that we need to be aware of?
No, the parks were added to the registry in 2023, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And no, the city, the flag was not listed as a contributing structure in the designation or the application for designation. And so and the city does, even though it is a historic district, the city does still have the ability to make improvements within the historic district, absolutely.
Let's
Just
see.
as other private property owners have the ability to make improvements to their buildings in the other
Okay.
historic districts downtown.
I think that. Oh, I guess you brought up the question about. So the flagpoles that the previous administrator, installed in front of City Hall. Did he make sure that those flags were up to code? Do you know? I don't know.
So
Yeah, the
those,
flagpoles, thank you.
yeah, those poles do have lighting mechanisms on the top. That was the $11,000 expenditure in 2023 that I referenced. And in my time here, we had those lights go out, and having the obligation to be compliant with the flag code, staff to have those lights replaced. On those were on the top of the center and eastern pole in front of City Hall.
And I don't know how breakaway works with structures of different sizes. They're considerably larger than the pole that's down in the road at the park. Are there difference in standards in terms, I'm guessing there's difference in standards between sizes of objects? Like, can you illuminate this topic?
Yes, certainly. I will say the poles at City Hall are, they have separate issues.
Okay.
And, you know, clearly the broken halyard on the center and eastern pole are the latest issues. The lights were a prior issue.
Okay.
But those poles are not breakaway either. I heard that question as well.
Okay.
Just to be clear, yeah.
Okay. I don't even know if they make breakaway things that big. I just don't even know. I don't know.
Well, it's not in the right of way.
Right, and I don't know.
Yeah.
what I
Well,
don't know.
you know, light poles on many interstates actually have breakaway functionality to them as well. There's a
Okay.
bed stool and then a mount.
Okay.
Yeah, so they make very large objects and break away for safety reasons.
Live and learn. I think that's all I had. I heard Commissioner Kale say she had something.
Yeah.
I wrote down a question, from someone that was asking about a little bit more of the history from the second memorial that is down at the park.
Yeah.
And I think the question maybe
Is
was,
it,
how did
yeah,
that,
a private,
is that a private organization? Was that, you know, a resolution as well? I wonder if you have the information on that.
Yeah, it's my understanding from conversations with an individual who is no longer in the room with us, that pole was also erected by a private organization. And no, it's our document research has not shown a similar resolution for placement of that pole. And so, you know, I'll acknowledge, you know, the 90s were a different time and a different place, right? And just as in the last meeting, or excuse me, later on this agenda, we are, I have put in front of you folks a resolution for an easement for a sewer main that was laid in 1922, but never recorded at that time. And so we are going back and have worked with the property owner to get an easement, you know, for better or worse. The paper trail was not as perfect as it could be in Livingston city government, going at least back to 1922 so far. So, yeah, the other memorial there is, there's no record of the city accepting that donation and yeah.
so that's one thing that needs to be rectified.
Like the avenue
Yeah,
flags,
like the
we
avenue
certainly
flags,
do have
yeah.
a little bit of an exposure there, certainly.
Clean it up, yeah.
Those are the only. Yeah, the public questions. That I have.
I don't have any more that I can see. Did you have any, Grant, that came down?
No, we hit on all the questions that I had.
Oh, I think I might have one, and I don't know if this was a question I wrote down or if this was a question from a commenter, but who constructed or installed the previous pole there in the triangle?
That is an excellent question. The city's records on that, but as to who constructed it are not as enlightening as they could be.
I think maybe Carrie, you have that question. I think those are all the questions I captured.
Thank you, Commissioner Kale. Okay. Time for a little deliberation and possible solutions still and our next steps in this process. I'm gonna just start off by saying this whole thing is not about the flag. I have,
Oh,
please, Jay, come on. Did I interrupt you while you're speaking?
yes, what was speaking, Charles?
Thank you. It's about the poll. I mean, I have relatives going back to the revolution that are veterans. And I fought of it every war that this country has been involved in. So and I have a son that's active in the National Guard currently. Going on 15 years, I believe. So the flag means a lot to me. I mean, I understand where we're coming from a poll situation and stuff like that. You know, we just can't just go about taking things in our own hands. I mean, that's just not, you know, the way we function in a civil society. The only thing I've heard about, you know, the flag situation started at the April meeting, you know, that somebody, you know, brought it up. And since that meeting, I have had not one phone call regarding the flag and what we can do to put something in there temporary. Not one phone call, not one email. The only emails I had were with regards to the not taking the memorial away. Absolutely not. I wouldn't do that. That's not a decision for me to make. But and if things aren't, you know, if you're not getting the answers you want from the city manager, that's why people elected us. Our phone numbers and emails are on the city website. My personal cell phone is there as well as my city cell phone. So it's unfortunate that it's come to this when it's so unnecessary. And when we were actively, unfortunately, you guys didn't know it, but we were looking for a solution, you know, for a temporary solution for Memorial Day, for this absolutely time of year. We have new flags I love. It's, you know, it's one of the most beautiful things in the city. And I look forward to it. But yeah, it just, please remember, it's not about, to me, this whole discussion is about a flagpole. It's not about the flag. I love the flag. I love the United States of America. That's why I'm here. So I'm serving on city commission. I will open it up to my fellow commissioners to continue the discussion. Look forward to seeing what they have to say. Whoever wants to go, you want to go, Carrie? Commissioner Kit?
So, first of all, I think what I would like to say is I am the daughter of a veteran. No,
Please, people, have some respect.
and I have uncles and others who are veterans as well, as I know many of you have. My brother was a federal law enforcement officer in the national parks. He was a police officer here in the city of Livingston, and he is currently full-time with the Air National Guard. He's been deployed several times to Iraq and other places. But I think what I would first like to say is that I grew up kitty corner from a Coast Guard station on the national, on the Great Lakes. And that Coast Guard station was made a historical monument. And my parents, for years, every morning and every night, walked a block and a half down to that lighthouse, to that flag pole, and they raised and lowered that flag every day, 7 days a week. for years. When they went on vacation, they found someone else to take care of the flag. I'm saying that to let you know that the flag is really important to me. It's important to my family. And when this current flagpole went up and it wasn't lit, and then it wasn't properly hung on a federal holiday when it should have been at half-mast, it was really upsetting to me. There was a race to put up a flagpole without getting the proper permits to make sure we were doing it the right way. And then it wasn't properly taken care of. So now what can we do to rectify the situation? I'm glad to hear that the light is working. Yes, we need to lock that flag up. It'd be really easy for someone who didn't really like the flag to go take it down and denigrate it right there in the ground. Or put some other flag up that maybe some of us don't agree with. So we need to find the solutions to rectify this. But when we do things like race ahead of the process and put up the pole without the proper infrastructure or knowledge for the city to know that it was put up properly, puts us in a really bad situation. So I hope that we can figure out a solution. But I just wanted you all to know that that's where I am with this. I love the flag just as much as you do. And I see you over there shaking your head, and I see you yelling at me when I didn't make eye contact with you because I was taking notes. I write down everyone's names to make sure that I know who's spoken. I try to capture your questions. So yes, sometimes I do look down because I want to capture all of your information so that we can make sure that we're answering your questions. So I'm giving you respect, and I would ask you to give me the same. I have more, I'm sure that we'll have a longer discussion, but I think that it's important for people to understand that. And I agree with Commissioner or Chair Schwartz. This isn't about the flag. This is about the construction of the flagpole. Now, what do we get in place to keep it safe? Because at this point, it appears to me that we don't have the proper policy even in place to make sure that that just stays as the American flag. We could be forced to have to put up other flags that maybe you won't or we won't agree with. So we've gotten ourselves in a bit of a pickle. And I hope that we can figure it out. I'll leave it at that for now.
Commissioner Kale. Go ahead. Commissioner Ritz. Vice Chair Ritz.
Thank you. First, I want to thank you all for coming. And I want to thank each one of you for your service that self-identified. And even for those of you that didn't self-identify as a vet or families of vets, I'm really glad that you made it home. And I'm sure you didn't come back home the same way you left. So I would start with that. Your service is appreciated. You know, some of you insinuated that we don't have personal experience or this hasn't touched us. That's really hard to hear up here, and I'm doing my best to hold it together tonight. We have stories of our own, just like you do. We've seen people that we love draped with the flag. We have flags in our homes that are in the glass cases in the triangle. You know what that means if you have one too. What the flag symbolizes is very important. That's why I voted to put money for it the last time too. I think that Clark Kelly said it very succinctly.
Yeah.
That comment really stood out to me. I think that's you,
Yeah.
right? I wrote down, bring it up to code. It's not about the flag, it's about liability. I feel like that was short and sweet. That all makes sense to me. You know, I do like to be conservative with public money, so I want to make sure it's not gonna like break the bank, right? that weighs on me. The flag means something to me, and how I was raised. Also, how I show up in this space is part of how I was raised by someone who served the majority of his able-bodied life, in active duty. So I hope that you take my comments, sincerely. Because this is real me. I guess I would like to see policy, you know, moving forward, that we don't have to repeat these conversations, because I don't think any of us enjoy this on any side of the room, to keep talking about the same thing over and over and allocating money and not have anything happen. You know, some policy about if we need breakaway poles, let's get that in policy. If we need to define which flags we all agree on, like, let's define the 4 flags that I named, or whatever we decide, or the 4, you know, the flags that we agree on that can be flown on public property. I would love to see it go a little bit farther. My invitation to the BFW still stands. We can't meet in a quorum outside of the meeting, but I would be happy to keep conversing outside of this meeting. If any of you would be willing to accept that offer, please be in touch with the city manager. He can help, make sure we're on the up and up with open meetings, not violating open process, but keeping our community together. It seems that there's been a real rupture here, and that pains me. I would like to see some community healing. This could be a really good opportunity for the VFW and the city to work together to maintain this pool. If you all are still willing and able, that could be a real help, because this costs taxpayer money. And like, if folks want to volunteer with the city, I want to encourage that, not just to save money, but because it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do to serve our community. That's why we volunteer our time up here. And if you want to volunteer with us by maintaining a pool, please reach out to the city manager. And if we can figure something out, that would be amazing. Like, we could end up better than just a flagpole and a flag, right? We could get some repair. It seems like we need it. A lot of people in this room seem to be hurting. Yeah. There's a way to do that. I would like to see us do more than just a flagpole, and maybe work together and become the best Livingston we can be. That's pretty visionary, but you're in the military, so you can handle that, I'm sure. You can handle big ideas, right? I yield.
Vice Chair Newts. Commissioner Lyons.
All I'll add is that I can understand the frustration related to waiting for something that's so important to you. And I understand that is probably how that infrastructure came to be erected in its current iteration. While I don't condone circumventing process, I understand the impetus for that. I don't think that anyone at this table is interested in taking down the flag or the flagpole. I think we're interested in securing the safety and securing the financial viability of our city. And that's, I think all of the concerns that have been brought up are related to that, and not born out of a desire to disrespect the flag or take down any poles. I'd be surprised if the outcome of tonight's meeting is to direct city staff to take down a pole. I don't think that's where this commission's heading, even though I think I'm getting the impression from a lot of you folks that you think that's where we're heading. I don't think that's where we're heading. That's all I've got for now.
All right, well, if I may.
You may, sir.
Thank you, sir. There's not much else that I can add that these guys haven't already said. Thank you. I said thank you to you individually and now in the group, that your service is important to me. It's important to all of us, the daughter, everybody. Now let's talk about moving forward. And what are we gonna do about moving forward? My impression that an intersection is a totally incompliant intersection, doesn't match the NUTCD as far as traffic control devices. And so the whole thing's a liability, and it has been for probably 50 years. If that's how long it's been in there, I don't know. 1938. 38 is when it went in? Okay, there you go. So a long time it's been out of compliance, and so now the cat's out of the bag with it. And we have to move forward with it, but we also don't have the, we don't have the money to make it happen tomorrow night. So I guess it's time to start talking about where we're going to go moving forward. I personally would like to see the flag pole stay where it is in the intersection. City engineer takes a look at what it would take to either make it quasi-safe or at least investigate what it would take to make it safer. And then we take a look at what other sort of safety improvements would need to be made. Would it be curbing or some other sort of structural fix? But it's gonna be short-term structural fix. That whole roundabout has to go. And it has to go in a way that is compliant with what our insurance company is going to cover. And it's gonna be, has to be compliant with what traffic laws will allow. And so that conversation is gonna start tonight, has started tonight. And I think moving forward, we find ourselves in a position where we can take care of the short term, take care of the 1 minute problem, and then start working on the 10-minute problem and the 1 hour problem. And so that's where I think. I yield.
Commissioner Welch. Oh, Commissioner Ryan, sorry.
So I think I have a question to kind of facilitate more discussion.
Yeah.
And I'll direct this to Mr. Gager. In a scenario where we are figuring out the best path forward with infrastructure as it stands, what can be done to satisfy our viability concerns, kind of related to the speech issue that you talked about, related to traffic safety, and maybe related to precedent. And that's a very tall order, and I don't expect you to have a pre-considered answer to that question, but what are our avenues for satisfying those concerns?
I think the most immediate avenue, and most immediate concern, really should center on the ownership of the pole and the liability that arises from that pole. But also in conversation here tonight, it's very clear that the avenue poles and some other poles are also not necessarily in the clear. And so I think in the short term, I would recommend that whomever installed the pole and the city come to an agreement transferring the ownership of the pole to the city. That could happen very, very quickly, probably be implemented at the next meeting for your approval. At the same time, I would work with the team, staff here at the city to develop a policy on flying of flags on public property. And I will make that happen at the next meeting if that's the desire of the commission to institute a policy like that. I think that provides the city quite a bit of First Amendment protection from, again, the next organization that may come and seek to raise a pole and or flag on private property. And then outside of that, certainly I will we'll engage our city engineer and our structural engineering team to make an evaluation of that pole. And we may, you know, there are shear screws in my head. Again, I'm not a structural engineer, but I've been in this business for a little while. You know, I think we could probably put a break in that pole and have some shear pins. So when a certain level of force impacted the pole, the shear pins would shear and the pole would come down. Those modifications necessarily would require a temporary removal of the pole while we created a flange. And I'm just ripping here, a flange on both sides to which the shear pins could be inserted and then re-erected. We could certainly, you know, that process is not going to happen immediately. We would need to, you know, review it, engineer it, and come up with all of that, create a work plan. We do have a AWA certified welder on staff, so a lot of this initial work probably can be handled in-house. But certainly I would recommend some modifications to the pole. And then, you know, as I shared earlier, there is a draft of the Parks Master Plan that was received the other day. Myself, the Public Works Director, and the Recreation Director met earlier this afternoon on another topic. And I brought this up to them. I understand that it's been several years that the city has, you know, in some public's opinion, dithered on this project. I hope you know I am not a ditherer. I've been here for 2.5 years, and I think we've accomplished a lot, including starting a Parks Master Plan and actually coming up with a plan for this. And so as we look at this, recognizing that this is one small corner of the park that is being displayed here, and there's a heck of a lot else to be considered. If conceptually, we felt that this was an avenue that we could move in. I could certainly have our team look at starting to fast track some of these improvements. The improvements shown here outside of some concrete sidewalks and all that, essentially we're widening Yellowstone Street, creating some parking on the west side, getting rid of the triangle as Commissioner Willich suggested, and create a memorial in that space. You know, I'll point out, as I did to some staff here, the existing right-of-way passes about through the middle of this proposed monument right here. We can see this vehicle parked on the edge. It does impinge on the current area where the horseshoes are, but not shown on here is a relocation, you know, somewhat westward of the horseshoe pits to create an area for horseshoe and other yard games was the recommendation there. Hasn't been vetted by the public, but all this to say that in the short term, I do think that there are some infrastructure improvements that I could work with the city team to implement to fast track this. But I do recognize that these memorials oftentimes take a lot of time to plan and design. In other communities that I've lived in, they sometimes have a wall with names of folks that served and or folks who didn't return from service. I think it would probably be most respectful of the veteran community to take some time and ideate on what that memorial is and what elements the public would like to see to represent and honor their service. So I don't want to rush that, but looking to be expedient and responsive, I think we probably could work on the road reconfiguration in the next several months. And we could get to a temporary monument that is in this location. Perhaps it uses elements of existing monuments, but maybe the pole that was just erected, or perhaps if it pleases the veteran community and those who erected the monument up farther by the intersection of Yellowstone and McGee, perhaps that could be relocated and incorporated into this monument. Again, I'm just riffing here. Would really enjoy some public input on this when the time and the process is in place. But to answer your question, you know, there are some things that we could do in the short term, both on the liability side and the policy side, and also on the infrastructure side to get us towards a more safe and honorable and dignified and respectable memorial. And so I hope I've answered the question.
Can I add to that
Please
potentially?
do.
I'm just one commissioner. The invitation still stands to work with the city from my perspective. If there needs to be an agreement in addition where volunteers would like to maintain to give back to the community, is that something that could come before us?
It's part of
folks
the it's part of the package.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see some repair in those relationships and like, and, you know, please reach out to Mr. Gager. My email is also on the website, mnoots and nootz@livingstonmontana.org is my email. We need to have some like conversations because we're all people. They care about the same things, you know?
Have your engineer get me specs, so we're not moving the goalpost. I'll do it in a day
The,
with an AWA certified welder.
can you,
Please.
can you roll those things in also? Like if there's gonna be an agreement that can come before us, so we can just keep it moving forward.
Yeah.
Absolutely. As we have with another organization, that's building the wellness center, typically, in a transfer of property, we would also have an operation and maintenance component
Great.
to that. And so if it is the desire and the will of, partner organizations to commit those resources and, time and effort, certainly, we're doing the best we can with limited resources here at the city. We'll take any help we can.
If I may, I know you, Commissioner Newt, were concerned about circumventing the Parks Master Plan process. And if that could if there could be a liability or a litigious issue there, Mr. Gager, what are your thoughts? I mean, I don't know that we've addressed that, thinking that we might try to move some of this sort of ahead.
Without public input, basically.
Yeah, no, I think I would very much prioritize this area of the entire park system for public feedback and public input. And because I do think, while it is important to take a comprehensive look, I think this is a fairly well-established area of the park. And I think we've heard from some members of the community that this is a very valued installation. I think we could relatively quickly do a public engagement part and potentially bring you folks an initial piece to approve while we, await full approval and direction on the overall Parks Master Plan, because it is a large system covering 150 acres of parkland in the city. So.
Can I add one more thing? I think one of the most embarrassing, it's hard to find what's the most embarrassing, but one of the most embarrassing things is 2 very expensive flagpoles that totally don't work. That we dumped a ton of money into. Again, we can't go back in time and say, don't misallocate funds or don't redistribute funds. It would be great if that wasn't in front of City Hall, like broken flagpoles. My hope is that this conversation also helps us consider what can be done in that space, because the government flags are important. I don't know, perhaps in a budget meeting or at the appropriate time. I would be really interested in seeing some sort of resolution around that, because it's sort of a reminder of how this all started, which I don't want to particularly revisit. I'd like to get cleaned up and move forward. That feels really problematic to me. Very expensive, broken flagpoles that we can't use.
My office looks out on those 2 broken flagpoles. It is embarrassing, I will say that. I do not understand why 2 flagpoles became unoperational in their first 2 years of existence, and I do regret the large amount of public funds that have been wasted on these flagpoles. So yes, staff and I have been ideating on how we can work with that. We do have the 1 functional flagpole, and under Montana Code Annotated, we are capable of being legally compliant with the US flag on top and the POW MIA flag on the bottom. But yeah, 2 inoperable flagpoles is embarrassing at best.
Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to.
Yeah, no, perfect.
And if I may.
Yeah, please.
I would also just like to identify that Mr. Gager inherited those flagpoles and has been trying to attempt to make them continue to work.
Right.
The way in which they've
Not even
done, so,
flown anymore either.
I know, they're tilting.
yeah, I mean, it's difficult, to say the least. But the other thing that I would like to say is like, it's very important that we have a memorial that is worthy of our veterans. And you've had that memorial, that small memorial in the middle of the street with hardly any infrastructure. And to me, it's most important that we work together to create an appropriate memorial for our veterans that is beautiful and that you've all had input to create. I hate to see us continue. So just to be clear, I'm looking forward to that. And I'm looking forward to that so that our veterans can have a proper memorial where they can sit and reflect and be in a safe location. And then it would be beautiful.
The proposed rendering, I think, is amenable to everybody here. Looks great.
We'll try to keep the comments down, but I understand where you come from. So at this juncture, I think before us is, the ownership policy, and what we can do to make this thing compliant for the time being, for the very, very short term. And, I think a lot would hinge on, MMIA, or sure what they, once again, looking at the bottom line, our money, we all pay taxes here. And, I hate giving it away to lawyers and lawsuits. So, is that kind of the will of the commission? Bring that forward to us by the next meeting?
Yeah. This for me,
I guess you get that on the agenda. Somebody want to make a motion or?
I don't think we need.
I don't, yeah, I would maybe ask Mr. Gager what he needs from us
Yeah.
at this point.
No,
Process wise?
Yeah, I think I've heard from you folks. I will work with the VFW, I believe, over the coming weeks to come to an agreement on transfer of ownership of that and potentially operations and maintenance. I will also bring back, excuse me, a policy to the city commission related to the display of different flags on public property. I believe I have heard the appetite for 4 flags, being the American flag, the POW flag, the state of Montana flag, and a city of Livingston flag. And then separately, outside of the public sphere, I will work with the city engineering team to identify improvements to the pole itself, which may increase its compliance and level of safety. And we will also work to expedite some parts of the parks master planning process, specifically the intersection of Yellowstone Street and River Drive, to see if we can't get that memorial and the triangle situation rectified and get that memorial out to its eventual location. And, I guess probably with some recognition there that the initial incarnation might not be the final incarnation. And so there might be a collaborative process between the city and veterans groups once the location is established to come up with a development and a long-term plan there for the
fundraising.
funding creation and operation
And
maintenance.
fundraising can begin and stuff like that, so, yeah.
Cool.
Is that good on that? Ready to move on?
Sweet.
Okay. Moving on. The next action item is direction, oh, by the way, thanks everybody for coming.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Excuse me. When is there gonna be a vote on your decision? You had your decision, deliberative session on there. When is there gonna be a recorded vote before we leave?
No, we gave the city manager direction what to do. We don't need to vote on this.
We're voting on it next time, Jeff.
Yeah. Okay. Action item, agreement 20172 with Ferguson Waterworks for meters, Mr. Gager. And we could keep it down a little bit, so people can hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. The item before you is agreement 20172 with Ferguson Water Works for meters, water meters, that is. And this item is back before the commission, after, it was initially presented last week, excuse me, at the last meeting. In the prior meeting, there were some community, members who provided public comment, related to the functionality of the water meters and specifically their transmission to a central base station. And, so I have, made note of those public comments within the staff report and provided the commission some background information on the safety of such meters. Included in that background information is a report from the California Council on Science and Technology related to a 2011 deployment of those smart meters in the state of California. This analysis was requested by the California State Legislature. The California Council on Science and Technology is a state-funded technology agency similar to the National Science Foundation, but at a state level in California. And as noted in page 106 of the packet, the limits on power densities for such electronic devices as the census smart meters that we are looking at it has been set by the FCC at levels that are below the level where demonstrated biological impacts occur. And the limits are tens or hundreds of times higher than likely exposure from smart meters. Additionally, there is a report from Census itself when they were pursuing certification from the Federal Communications Commission related to the meters. And while it is a rather scientific report, the conclusion with respect to the census water meters is that the housing, so the meters themselves broadcast on average 1.2 seconds at a time. Their most intensive period of broadcast is in the commissioning phase. And in the commissioning phase, when they are in so-called boost mode, they may cycle once every 30 seconds. The meters themselves technologically are incapable from a battery power standpoint of cycling more than every 6 seconds. And in normal operation, they would transmit out to the tower once every 6 hours. And as noted in here, in the staff report, that equates to approximately 1.2 seconds of transmission for every 15,000 seconds of operation. And so while the transmission itself occurs rather infrequently, the company still had to demonstrate to the FCC that it was compliant with the maximum permissible exposure to certain transmission frequencies allowed by the FCC. And in that study, it was determined that the distance from the center of the antenna where the peak radiation occurs on the endpoint would need to be 0.65 inches away from a person to expose them to the maximum level of permissible exposure. And the housing is actually 0.66 inches. And so for a human being to achieve the FCC's maximum permissible level of exposure, they would need to be inside of the housing for the meter during the commissioning period. Outside of those periods, the machine does not transmit at a level that would make someone susceptible to that. I am pulling up a document now as well that shows the relative strength of the smart meter output to some other components that folks are familiar with in their own homes. And this does also come from census as well. And so a person standing 3 feet away from the smart meter is receiving 1/10 of the electromagnetic radiation that they would from a TV or radio or cell phone towers. They are receiving 1/67th of the RF exposure that they would from a Wi-Fi router, as is commonly available. And certainly you can see all the way on up to a cell phone, which is constantly broadcasting. And so at this point, the city staff has a decent level of confidence that, based on the scientific studies that have been produced, that the new meters do not pose an outsized danger to users. It is also worth pointing out that the new meters are based on similar technology as the meters that are currently in place. The meters that are currently in place are read by a mobile reader. Chuck drives around in a truck and takes readings. The primary change in the new system is that the reading station, rather than being vehicle mounted, is pole mounted. And so it is in essence the same technology. For us, for the city to continue the use of the existing technology is certainly feasible in the short term. But we do know that Census is, the manufacturer is bringing these units to the end of their life, and they will be unsupported within 10 years. And so we would need to find another technological solution. As I believe was discussed last time in the last meeting, there are no manual read meters that are out in the public use. It's my understanding we do have one on an irrigation well out in the cemetery. But transitioning to a different technology certainly would have costs, both in the technology and potentially in the labor to use that technology. And so while an opt-out program is certainly possible, and I welcome direction from the city commission on whether they would like to institute an opt-out policy, the truth is that folks may simply be opting out to the current technology, which has relatively similar functionality and that it's transmitting to a remote base station. And so I would happily stand for any questions that the commission may have on this purchase order.
Clarifying questions, commissioners? Anybody? Go from you. Clarifying questions, anybody? No clarifying questions. Open up to public comment. Any public comment on agreement 2172 regarding the upgrading our water meters? Please step forward, state your name.
I'm Karen Stensa. I am a licensed and practicing naturopathic physician, which I have been for 23 years here in Livingston. I'm here to ask you that you reconsider the installation of the smart meters. I've been studying this topic for quite some years. The evidence for harm is clear and undeniable. Radio frequency signals, like from a smart meter, are shown to disrupt the voltage and the peak out for quick sec. The voltage gated calcium channels that are in every single cell of our body. This was like one of the very first things that was discovered about EMF and radio frequency. We have calcium channels in every single cell of our body. They have influences over many physiologic functions, including cell communication, DNA expression. When that gets messed up, it's cancer, neuronal transmission, and more. EMF has been shown to cause broad cellular damage, resulting in neurologic dysfunction, immune system dysfunction, and cancer. The WHO's International Agency on Research on Cancer classifies EMF as a possible human carcinogen. Electrohypersensitivity syndrome has been outlined and confirmed by researchers scientifically. Symptoms can be debilitating: headache, fatigue, sleep disruption, skin prickling, burning sensations and rashes, muscle aches and more. The WHO lists symptoms as fatigue, concentration difficulties, dizziness, nausea, heart palpitations, and digestive disturbances. You may wonder why more people don't know about this. One reason is that conventional doctors are not taught about the environmental influences on health and disease. Due to the widespread exposure of EMF in our world, some experts predict that death and cancer rates as a result of EMF exposure and toxicity will exceed the smoking-related disease and deaths. At the very least, this board needs to take a precautionary approach, and it sounds like maybe there's some time here. I missed the first meeting, so maybe there's some time. But take a precautionary approach and comprehensively look at the totality of evidence. Also consider the burden of this choice. It's a little dramatic, but is it legal, and how do you feel morally about knowingly exposing Livingston to a known carcinogen? The CCST review has been criticized, and I'm going to use the word debunked, but torn apart by researchers, high-level scientists. I have some paperwork. I meant to bring that up if you guys want to pass it around with just a few of those references. Briefly, the CCST report doesn't consider whole body exposure and cumulative exposure over time. And actually, the pulse thing is actually proven to be more dangerous to our systems. I have some of the articles, like I said. As a physician who treats environmental illness, I have very serious concerns. Rule number 1 in treatment of environmental illness is to minimize exposure. With the use of smart meters, our ability to have autonomy over our health choices disappears. There's no way to get away from it. As of now, we can choose to set our phones aside or use whatever mediation that we can or that we choose to, but with this, we will not be able to. So there's so much out there really that supports these viewpoints. Stacks and stacks and stacks of studies. Of particular note, I can provide position statements from the American Academy of Environmental Medicine that's been tracking this for a long time. As it was mentioned earlier, #1 job is public health and safety. Please do your job and look more comprehensively into this. And know in your heart that if you make this decision, what if a few 4 or 5 years down the line, do you feel comfortable looking back and seeing that the health of Livingston is tanked? Because we've been blanketed in this radiation. So thank you. And just please consider more and look at all the evidence.
Karen.
Would you like this?
Yeah, feel free to share. We have.
Just made one.
Thank you.
We can make copies. We have a thing called copy machine.
That's cool.
I know, right?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you can, but just don't interrupt the meeting. Okay? Yeah, you can go outside and discuss whatever you want. They'd be fine.
Do I have to sign in again?
State your name.
Bob Meacham.
Good enough for me.
And in my entire job, I was an RF engineer. I worked on smart meters, I worked on cell phones, I worked on various other things. And the only comment I have, I know there are a lot of people concerned about the amount of radiation we have floating around in the world. You're exposed to a lot more radiation right now than what you think you are and what you realize it can be. The only comment I have is you're discussing an opt-out system. I would recommend that you incorporate an opt-out system that allows people, when you go to install these, to opt out at this point in time, that they don't feel comfortable with the smart meters coming in. But then maybe put a requirement to when that house sells, the sale of that house requires an upgrade to a smart meter. That would be an easy way for people to be able to opt out, but you wouldn't be stuck on a dual system or a system for years and years and years. So I think that's all we found.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it.
And before I finish, I'm here for 2 reasons. One is I was obviously here for the first thing, but the second one is you've got my interest because do you really spend 4.5 hours on every subject? I can see why you guys,
No.
have the meetings all the way into late night and stuff, so I decided to stay around and see how you guys are efficient when you don't have a bunch of audience to talk to.
Thanks, Bob.
Stick around.
I am. Cause I have more to say.
Yay. Democracy. Yay.
Linda Moore, 113 South M Street. And first of all, thank you very much for putting this on as an action item so that we could discuss this and present some things. Sorry. Chair Quinn. The study that the California Council on Science and Technology did that you are quoting is from 2011. That's 14 years old. There is many changes in technology since then. And they exist to the California Council on Science and Technology themselves is a nonprofit that exists to make California policies stronger with science and technology. Funded by groups like Gordon and Betty Moore. He was the CEO and co-founder of Intel, one of the largest chip manufacturers in the world, working closely with Bill Gates. Also, the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, which the founder of Facebook and his wife, Priscilla Chan, were contributors to this. A WHH Foundation that sets 2030 goals for education, health, arts, and community, and gives grants in states where board members reside. This sounds a lot like UN Agenda 2030. GenProbe is another contributor, and they specialize in molecular diagnostics. This is hardly a consumer protection agency or group. So I question whether the information, which was a report, not a study, would be actually the least bit interested in protecting the public in the information that they put forth. The comment that was put in the agenda packet to rectify some of the things that I said last meeting, that the meters are transmitting signals. The new ones are not much different than the ones that are in place now. There was a gentleman at that meeting who actually reads the meters and said that the meter reader that we have on our water meter now only emits a signal when he prompts from his truck. This new thing is going to be sending out signals on its own and can, some of the information said, as much as every 5 seconds. Now, supposedly it's not going to be that way, but it's a completely different beast. The opting out issue creates hassles. Well, dozens of cities have created opt-out programs. So it's very plausible and feasible. And I did submit to all of you a 187-page document listing hundreds and hundreds of problems nationwide that have come with all of these smart meters being installed all over, including fires, including things like massive overbilling people. So these things need to be taken into consideration. And the growing use of AI requires massive amounts of computing power, which drives up the need for more infrastructure and more costs. And so our utility bills are bound to go up. I mean, an analog meter doesn't require anything. And a point that I made in the last meeting was that when you have such technology in place and nothing is manual anymore, it does make us susceptible to greater influences coming in and controlling or terrorist attacks. This is not resilient in any way. And 15 seconds. Lost my train of thought. I quit.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Linda.
Thank you for 325 South Main. I want to comment on what the past speaker said. When she mentioned that it was a report that the city manager cited, but one thing that Scott Adams, cartoonist Gilbert, said that if you don't, you may know of the report, but if you don't know the players, you don't know the report. When she mentioned the funding sources, Bill Gates, Intel, Mark Zuckerberg, you don't think that their personal interests could be subject and color the end results? This is the smart city, it's like the 15-minute city, the smart meters. I think we just need to go back to the drawing board. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jade.
Kelly, Lionel Bishop again, do you need to sign in again? Okay. One of the reasons I was a little bit more passionate about this is, I also have a home in Las Vegas that has these smart meters. And as Mr. Gager actually, presented up here, showing that you are exposed from your cell phones, your cell towers, the microwave towers, a microwave in your home, which I don't even have one anymore. You have, you know, your Wi-Fi things. I mean, you've got your silly smart things. We've got all this stuff going around to us. And I can tell you, I am one of these people that when I have to be in Las Vegas, I am miserable. I am sick. I can't sleep. And my husband went and bought one of those meters and we've taken it through our house. We travel with it. And I will tell you, the disastrous health effects of these meters is not in our favor. And my mom is almost 80 years old and lives here. She and half of these women and people in this room tonight that are her age probably don't have a clue of the effects of these things when they put them on their houses. These meters that are outside their bedroom windows. We have studies and family members that have had these smart meters outside their bedroom windows that have literally had heart defects. People that have had other things that have happened to them that we could document should you need that. I would strongly encourage you, because I know under Montana Code annotated, the smart meters are, not specifically opt-out options for us in the state of Montana. However, I would encourage you guys to make this maybe a starting point. Again, as you talked about healing our community, make a statement for the state of Montana for people with these smart meters to give that opt-out on these things. This is more than just a meter and conserving, I don't even know what the cost of these meters are. You cannot tell me it's going to outweigh the cost of someone's health or life. You talk about your liability. I'm also an insurance agent of over 30 years. I will tell you, your lawsuits against this city when people see what's going on here is not going to be pretty. You need to have some positions in place. You need to have some policies. You've got to have some opt-outs. It's not fair to these citizens to be unaware and uneducated. You're going to have to do an education program and make people understand what they're putting on their house, if it's going on their house, and maybe give them someplace else to put it other than directly on their homes. It's not fair to put all these radio waves. You're killing people. And I don't think any of you want that on your plate over the years, because that's where it's coming from and that's where it's going to end up at. So I would just ask you guys, what really are the costs, financially? We are already taxed out to death in this city as it is. And then, what are you going to do if you've got all these incorrect billings and all the rates? Trust me, I had $1,000 water bill on our house in Las Vegas last summer. I couldn't do anything about it but pay it. All because of a supposed water leak that we could never detect. I don't want that to happen to the city of Livingston. I don't want that to happen to somebody like my mom or my kids that own homes here. Or myself that has a house here. I mean, there's too many people that can't afford it as it is. So I would encourage you guys, just to let your people maintain their existing meters if you can, and come up with a positive solution.
Thanks, Kelly. Any other public comment? Come on up.
I just wanted to comment quickly that buildings last summer, I think it was, the citizens there had enormous water bills all of a sudden. I don't know if it was due to these meters or not, but it'd be worth finding out. Also, if you want more knowledge about the electronic sea that we're in. Greg Braden is a famous scientist. I don't know if you know about him. Greg Braden, Braden. He knows a lot about it. He's a brilliant scientist. He's also a spiritualist, and he's traveled around the world and, extraordinary person that way.
Sir,
Thank you.
can you give us your name one more time? I missed
Wood,
it.
Donald.
Donald? Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment in the room? Okay, seeing none, we'll go online. Any public comment on action item B regarding the Ferguson Waterworks meters? Raise your hand, come off mute. I'd like to make a comment regarding smart meters.
Arlene is off mute.
Arlene, are you off mute?
Yes.
Go ahead, if you have public comment, thank you.
Carmen, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Most of the other speakers have addressed points I wanted to make as well. And Linda had mentioned that 187 page collation of all sorts of issues, and I saw that as well. And it's really worth looking at. One of the things they even mention is these meters have a 5 to 7 year life expectancy due to technology obsolescence versus 20 to 30 years for non-computerized analog meter. And one of the things I did try to research also was how many problems are related to the analog meters. You know, if are there concerns about health? Nothing. There's not anything I have found. If anyone finds it, let me know, but it's two different universes. And so it's clear that there are issues, and we know with technology, sometimes it takes a long time after the initial rollout for really the problems to be realized. And sometimes it could be too late with different kinds of technology. So I appreciate the other comments. Even the state of California, who had that study, they have opt-out programs. It's, a lot of opt-out programs. So I hope you will really take this to heart. And as Dr. Stenseth said, it's a big responsibility you have if you do approve it. And if there are problems that really can affect the people of the city. So thank you so much for your time and your service.
Thank you, Arlene. Any other public comment online? Okay, I'm seeing none. Back to the room one more time. Anybody else public comment? Please come on up, state your name.
Jesse, Lucero. Thank you for putting this together. My name is Jesse Lucero. I am the husband of Kelly Bunnell. In regards to the EMF that these devices emit, does disrupt your health. It does disrupt your sleep. In my situation, I couldn't sleep. I didn't realize that my head was against the wall, next to the wall, and there's a plug, and just the voltage itself causes sleep disruptions. I've dealt with that. Part of my research in these type of meters, I found that in California, there's over 40 municipalities that have either issued moratoriums until they find a solution for the smart meters, and others they have banned them, or they have also created opt-out programs for them. In Montana, we currently have, according to Montana code, we have opt-outs for both electric and gas, but we don't have it for water. And if we have advanced meters, I think it falls under the same category that it would fall under electrical as well. So that's all. If you could help us with an opt-out program, that'd be great.
Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate it. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comments closed. Commissioners, Let's start this one.
I did a little bit of digging as well, because I think I misspoke at the last meeting with the battery type and style. I said it was a lithium sodium battery. It's not. It's called a lithium thionyl chloride, which sounds fancy. They're the little disc batteries that you get, the little 32s or whatever.
Yeah.
They've probably got two of them in here.
Right.
They also go in pacemakers. They are unless you abuse the heck out of it, they're basically safe. They're fairly, there's the electrolytes in them are inflammable inflammable, not flammable. And they're pretty ubiquitous. They're everywhere. Also, and I sent Mr. Gager a website, a German website actually, that shows the relative safety of those things. They're pretty much everywhere. And aside from disposal issues, they don't really do much. Like you say, I wouldn't see that one pop up. But the next thing I also was looking at too was the American Cancer Association has a website on the smart meters, and their website says that there's no conclusive evidence that smart meters cause or affect cancers that they're monitoring. And so that's one other side to see what we're going through. But that doesn't do much to alleviate public concern. So I'm kind of thinking about this. We've got 250 meters that are on the list right now. What if we roll them out to businesses first instead of into a residential setting? Would that possibly be an avenue to take to flesh out if there's any issues with them, like overbillings and such? Maybe easier to deal with that from a business sense than with a residential sense. I don't know if we can do that, but I still like the idea of a potential opt-out if we have it for other utilities. Maybe I'd like to see that. And I also wanted to thank Mr. Gager for the engineering report. My head spun around, reminding me of the engineering reports on antennas that I did for the Transportation Institute with Faraday cages, and that was a long couple of months. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that. American Cancer Society says that they don't see any conclusive evidence, and the batteries are, for lack of a better term, safe. I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Willick. Nice work. Any other commissioners like to weigh in on this?
I'm gonna respond, Commissioner Lish, to you first. Maybe I'm gonna do this more with a question to Mr. Gager, but I'm assuming that we're buying this group of meters to have them in stock, and then as folks' meters go bad, we're replacing meters, like the one at your house. Let's just, it sounds like yours went up bad. Is that sort of, at this point, the idea of the process of like how these meters would be rolled out?
Yes, that is the primary way that we roll the meters out. We do also have some properties that require other improvements. And so like if my meter had not gone, but we needed to look at my curb stop for, you know, an emergency shut off or something like that, and we were doing an emergency shut off in the facility, it would not be uncommon for city staff to do a meter change out at that point, because we are at the property, we are doing other work. And so there is some economies because a shut off may only last 30 minutes. And so our staff may actually just be out there for 30 minutes and do the meter swap out while they can. So yeah, there are different instances, but failure is probably the most common reason for change out.
And I'm assuming we're not sitting on a stock of the old meters, and that's why we're having to buy new meters.
No, and just to clarify, this purchase order is before you folks because it exceeds the threshold that you folks have delegated to me for purchase authority, which is $50,000. These are not the first meters that have been purchased by the city. And you folks have previously seen a purchase of the base station unit as well as an agreement with Park County to place the base station unit on the tower that they control and we place some communications equipment on. And so there are actually already meters of this type that have been deployed. Again, this is before you because the size of the purchase order exceeds my purchase authority.
Got it. So I guess just getting back to, it might be difficult to say, let's just do it in businesses because maybe we need to put them, or maybe in a new
It
build.
just, it's,
Yeah,
as they
as
fail
needed.
or need to be replaced, we're doing that, yeah. It's interesting.
And then the other thing that I
Like
just,
3 feet from my head every night.
well, I'm sort of getting to that, because I heard this, like, my water meter is in my basement, right? Because those water meters are right where the city pipes end and your personal pipes begin, correct? Is that?
Your
Okay.
bike stop at the curb stop. Your start at the curb into the house, you own that.
Oh, except for that meter, because when that meter fails, it's
Right,
not yours, right?
Exactly.
Exactly, that is our piece of equipment.
Yeah.
Typically, the meters are placed as close to the exterior wall as possible, but on the inside of the house,
On the
right?
inside,
It minimizes the opportunity for people to tap off before the meter and get free water if you want.
And plus it has to be, can't freeze
Right.
and, you know,
Yeah.
whatnot, so. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay, you're fine. Okay, I am still leaning towards Commissioner Willich as well with, I do like the option of an opt-out. I will just say, I know that some folks are more sensitive to things than others. I mean, and they should have the ability to make those choices within their home. And so I'm leaning in that direction. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I will
Well, yeah.
yield I will yield there for now.
Thank you, Commissioner
Mm-hmm.
Hill. Commissioner.
Thanks for your endurance.
Sure.
Thanks for your endurance tonight, folks.
Yeah.
I think the request is reasonable for an opt-out. That's all.
Mhm.
I yield.
Yeah, I agree. What that looks like, I'm gonna have to rely on staff for that, but, I think I do believe I have one of the new ones. Did they start with,
I think you do have one.
our
of the
new
ones
guy,
there, yeah.
right? What's his name? Who's our water meter guy?
Chuck.
Chuck. Yeah, he installed one of mine.
Chuck.
And my head's 3 feet away from that, but maybe I'm, you know, I
Maybe
sleep
that's
next
fine.
to that meter.
I was waiting for someone to say
Maybe
something.
you'd like it.
That was playing with mercury when I was a kid. That's when I got twitches, okay?
Let's move it along. It's
Okay.
past 10:30. Yeah.
I'll just voice support for an opt-out program. I have no issue with that.
Thank you.
Oh, and if I may too, though, I thought that Bob had made a good point about if you sell your home, maybe there's something involved in that so that new owner would have the opportunity to change to a
Or
smart
you would
meter.
have to, or would have to, right?
Well, I mean, I would hope you take that into consideration when you're thinking about what an opt-out program might look like. That's all.
Certainly, I thought that was actually a great solution.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's a good call.
That's all I have.
And I'd be happy to work with the Public Works Department to develop an opt-out program and phase in our deployment there. Absolutely.
Meanwhile,
You want some kind of motion?
yeah, I need a motion
I'll make
to
some kind of
approve the
motion.
purchase of these, and
I'm gonna make a creative motion.
you can do that. I'll allow you.
Wish me luck at 10:27.
Yeah,
All right, I move,
now I gotta pee again.
thank you for that announcement, for the good of the order.
Just so you know, yeah.
Uh-huh. I move to approve purchase order 2172 with First and Waterworks and authorize the city manager to sign and also develop an opt-out program.
I'll second that.
I think that's just the vote.
I'm just waiting until he's done. Roll call, please.
Chair Schwartz,
Four.
Vice Chair Newts,
For
Commissioner Kale,
Four.
Commissioner Lyons, or Commissioner Williamson.
Or
Motion carries. Next item. And I'm gonna leave this up to you guys. Whether or not we want to continue with the other action items, which is basically summer commissioner listening sessions, board and commission handbook updates, board and commission bylaw updates. We want to push that off to another meeting and perhaps just move on to the utilities. Or how do you feel about that?
I was going to say the utility easement really is probably the only thing.
That's the only thing I see that
Time
looks-
sensitivity to city operations.
Right. Any thoughts on that? Want to forego the other action items?
Sure.
We keep going, but I'm gonna have to be on you.
You did mention that. You did mention that.
Make an
Do
excuse.
you need a break like
No,
now?
I
Like,
got two of
the
these,
meeting or- Okay.
I've got this, it's almost empty.
No. TMI.
No.
You just need somebody else to be rude so you can take a break.
Take a break for me, thank you.
But if you do want some help with drafting the opt-outs, we can, we're happy to coordinate and help.
Can I give you my card before you
Yes.
get out?
See, everything gets weird past 10 o'clock.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's worth sticking around.
When did
Just
school
like
last all nighter?
You're just giving cards out. Filter.
Got
Okay.
the whole city, their responsibility.
Yeah.
All nighters are not about.
Moving on, let's move to resolution 5160, resolution of the city commission of the city of Livingston, Montana, accepting a utility easement granted by Kristen Galbraith and authorizing city manager to sign associated documents. Mr. Gager.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. The item before you this evening is the utility, granting of a utility easement by a property owner in the city of Livingston. This item is before you because the city, in its process for the ongoing infill and infiltration project, during our site title opinion and confirmation of easements and right of way, we discovered that in 1922, when the city laid the sewer main across the subject property, there was no easement that was recorded at the time. And so in order to proceed with the project that is federally funded, we do need to tie up our utility easement or straighten out a utility easement. And so this comes as part of a larger boundary line adjustment that the property owner had requested. And so this easement will proceed at the same time as that. I'm happy to stand for any questions that the commission may have.
Clarifying questions?
I think we all got an email.
Yeah.
From the property owner
Yes.
with some confusion about order of operations or with the question about order of operation. Could you speak to that, Mr. Gager?
Yeah, absolutely. And so as I indicated, this granting of the easement goes in conjunction with a boundary line adjustment that was requested. A boundary line adjustment is an administrative action under Montana Code annotated. However, agreements and certainly the accepting of easements are reserved for the city commission. And so while both of the actions go hand in hand, there are different actors who complete each action. You folks accept the agreement, myself and staff manage the boundary line adjustment process. And so it is appropriate for the city manager to seek legislative approval where necessary before proceeding with the administrative step. Because if the administrative step proceeds before the legislative step, if the easement is not ultimately approved by the legislature, I may have granted a boundary line adjustment inappropriately without adequate provision for future infrastructure placement or in this case, past infrastructure placement. And so I would offer to the commissioner that this situation before us is analogous to the agreement related to the View Vista boundary line adjustment that you may recall from several meetings ago, where we had a companion agreement related to the provision of future utility easements in the event that the parcel is sold to a different owner or one of the parcels is sold to a different owner. That was a condition of that minor subdivision. and worked in the same way, where city commission approval was sought on the agreement, while the administrative process was held in abeyance until city commission approval was received. And so happy to report earlier this week, or actually, gosh, it was today, it's been a long day. Earlier today, that agreement was recorded by the View Vista property owners. And so it is our hope that similarly, the boundary line adjustment and this agreement will be executed with these property owners in the coming days. Hope that answers your questions.
It does, thank you.
I have one question, if I may.
Commissioner Kale, please.
Is this the first time I've seen in a resolution like this, a payment to the property owner? I haven't seen that before, I feel like.
It is, in my experience here in Livingston and in other municipalities, it is rare to, purchase an easement, certainly for pipes that have been in the ground for over 100 years. However, this property, owner, was interested in being compensated for this easement. The only other easements that have come before you folks, with any monetary value attached to them have been, involving the railroad. And that is, in my career, the only organization that I've ever paid on behalf of a private or a public entity for an easement. So it is a little bit unique in this situation, certainly with a 100-year-old piece of infrastructure that predates the current owner. But sometimes small payments like this are necessary.
Thank you.
So is that to say that the property owner didn't know that public infrastructure was running through their property?
No, the property owner actually has previously tied into the sewer main for a construction project, for a residential construction project that they've had in their time of owning the property. It was, it's my understanding that this payment is to compensate the homeowner for expenses incurred for their private attorney who's managed this process for them with the city. So legal reimbursements.
Is that typical?
I mean, in my career, it is not. However, I did reference agreements with the railroad, and part of the justification for easement expenses with the railroad is related to their costs incurred in managing the easement, whether it's their property management folks or their flagging and operations folks on the back end.
So hypothetically, what if we are in favor of the resolution, but we're not in favor of the payment? Just for example.
Excellent question. Myself and the city attorney did discuss that course of action, because, the payment is unique. Quite honestly, there is a quiet title action that the city could very likely pursue because the lines have been in place for over 100 years. We very clearly have a prescriptive easement. Prescriptive easements are not allowed in all circumstances in the state of Montana. However, utilities are one of them. And so certainly the city could pursue a quiet title action and get that prescriptive easement. However, in conversation with the city attorney, he and I both recognize that a quiet title action would very likely cost more than $1,500 in legal fees. And so this really is the path of least cost to taxpayers at this point, as unpalatable as it may be.
I guess I'm curious. I'm curious that this part of town was annexed a few years ago, but city utilities have run through it for 100 years. And we've had mixed response since annexation, even though city utilities are in the property. Are these property owners also still seeking, like in this area, to be de-annexed in addition to wanting to be paid by the city? Like it feels complicated, like it feels more complicated than a typical easement. And I'm trying to figure out if this is gonna bring closure to it or if it's gonna be like a thing that keeps coming up.
It is our hope that the granting of this easement brings closure to this specific situation. With regard to homeowners in the area, certainly I think that it's been my experience that the annexation is not universally loved or approved by those members down there.
Mhm.
And yeah, I'll be honest, this specific homeowner has expressed their desire to de-annex from the city. That said, as I mentioned earlier, they are also connected to city utilities and benefit from other city services, and so
It's hard to do that.
difficult situation.
Yeah. Maybe Commissioner Welch will have a great idea. Have a great idea.
Can you pull out of your hat down there, my friend?
I don't have a hat on. Yeah, I don't have a good solution for this one.
I don't either.
I mean, I guess.
Was there one other property owner we had to secure an easement with?
So there was at a time another property owner, however, working with the city engineer, we have, relocated, or the project will relocate the line within the existing Lewis Street right of way. Because that homeowner had actually sought a much higher payment for the easement, again, of lines that have been in the ground for over 100 years. My recollection is that homeowner was seeking an easement in the neighborhood of $13,000.
Thank you.
Comment? Yeah, public comment.
Oh, thank you.
Mhm.
Getting late, I forgot. Any public comment on resolution 5160? And we'll start in the room. Any public comment in the room? All right, seeing none, we'll go online. Anybody still with us?
Yeah, but I don't see anybody. Nobody's raising their hand or coming off mute.
You'd like to make a public comment on this resolution online, come up mute or raise your hand. All right, seeing none. Seeing none, public comments closed. Commissioners, deliberations.
I can't start this one. Well, I guess I can.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not in love with $1,500 to buy an easement that we've had pipes in already for a long, long time. Where is this thing? It's on Lewis Street.
Way at the end.
At the end,
Way around like towards the end of Flesh.
East End, yeah.
Yeah, all right. And we gotta pretty much wait. We're gonna line that one, right? Is that what this is? We're gonna line that?
That is correct.
Yeah, we're not gonna punch a new pipe.
No, this is a slip lining project, and so really the surface disturbance on this project is expected to be minimal to non-existent outside of the manhole areas.
Yeah, sure. Gotcha. Okay. All right. I don't think I have anything else to add.
Thank you, Commissioner Willich. Anybody else want to weigh in?
I have nothing new.
I think because the cost is similar or could be more with a quiet title. I think we need to move forward with it, but I agree with Commissioner Willich. I don't love this, and I can get worried about precedent setting, so. That gives me a little pause. To be sure. Particularly in pipes that have been there for as long as they have, and if I'm correct, that it was a newer constructed home, and they should have known that when they built the property. When they purchased the property, well, when they built on it, first of all. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
Thanks. Commissioner Kale.
I agree. I agree with all of those folks. The end.
In the spirit of being a good neighbor, in which we truly want to be, since we did annex them. get along. In favor, but, I do have my reservations as well regarding that, but, be that as it may, I'll be a good neighbor here. I'll look for a motion for approval of resolution
5160.
5160.
I move to approve resolution 5160 and authorize the chair to sign.
Motion by Willich. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Kale. Roll call, please.
Chair Schwartz,
Or
Vice Chair Needs,
Or
Commissioner Kale,
For,
Commissioner Lyons.
Abstain. I worked with the applicant on a board.
Hmm.
And so for that reason, I'm gonna abstain.
Commissioner Willich.
Or
You know, I should probably disclose that I am doing some work for a client. And
do you want to do a different roll call?
yeah. That's unrelated with
You
it,
want me
but
to?
I'm
want me to take
actually,
this, Vice Chair?
yeah,
Okay, so we got two disclosures. We have a motion by Commissioner Welch and a second by Commissioner Kale. Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Needs,
For,
Commissioner Kale,
for,
Commissioner Willich.
Or
motion passes.
thank you for bringing that up, forgot. Totally. Really blew it there. Okay. That concludes our business. Do you want to go into executive session regarding? I didn't think so.
Nothing urgent.
It's nothing urgent, so I would at this time entertain a motion for
You
adjournment.
gotta go through comments first. You have to
Oh,
be
yeah,
sitting
oh,
there
I'm sorry,
for
God,
comments.
man, it is getting late.
It's all right.
I need to open this up for, wait,
City
oh,
manager.
city manager comments, yeah, sorry.
Commissioners, appreciate your difficult work this evening, and on account of the late hour, I will keep my comments brief, other than to say, I will be out of town visiting family over the next few days, available by cell phone and email if you need me. Thank you.
all right, well, now I get to opine.
Oh, Lord. Is there a PowerPoint again?
Oh, shoot, I forgot the PowerPoint.
Oh, no, we've got the video queued up, Sarah.
Oh, great, let's do that. You know what? I want to thank my commissioners. This is a long meeting. And you know what? I'm gonna say one more time that social media is terrible. There isn't a single person on Facebook that can make the decisions that we make.
Right.
You can pipe off all you want, you can be pissed off, but the social media in and of the whole entirety of it is full of ne'er-do-wells, malcontents, just angry people. And that's how all of this gets whipped up. And so consider your sources, consider who you're talking to, and if you have a problem, talk to one of us. It's that easy. Just talk to one of us. I'll talk to anybody about anything. I imagine that you guys would too. There's 6 people here. You got a problem? Talk to one of us. Thank you very much. I yield.
Commissioner Welch, Commissioner Lyons.
the Upper Yellowstone Basin is at 86% of normal snow water equivalent for the date. That's been coming up recently. We were at 100 a couple weeks ago. So that 80-degree weather we had melted off a lot pretty quickly, but we've been kind of coming back to normal. The Yellowstone River gauge at the bridge in the canyon is at about 8,000 CFS. I expect it will peak again higher than the last peak a couple weeks ago, but we'll see. I yield.
Thank you for.
That's all.
Commissioner Lyons. Commissioner Kale.
Commissioner Lyons predicting the peak.
I didn't give a figure. I don't want to ruin that competition.
Don't ruin it yet.
He's confident.
Thank you for the public that came out this evening, and thank you for youth commissioners. This group of commissioners, I appreciate you every day and at every meeting. I agree wholeheartedly with what Commissioner Willich says about social media. And please ask questions, reach out. Let's get the information right to begin with. I think it could save a lot of heartache. I saw a lot of broken hearts sitting in front of me this evening. And I think that those folks didn't need to be there. And so it would be really wonderful if we could make sure that the information that we're getting and that people are taking in is correct. And it's not so emotionally damaging that I can see that it does for people. So please be wise as where do you get your sources of information so that it's not affecting everybody the way that it does. So, thank you all, and I'll yield.
Ms. Chairman?
What can I add that hasn't been said? I think what I would add, I agree with all of the things. And sitting off Commissioner Lyons' data reports, can't agree with them because I don't always understand them, but I do appreciate them and you. My greatest wish is that people would not shoot the messenger in Livingston. I am really concerned about people calling City Hall and being really aggressive and cursing out staff, and these folks are also public servants who, show up to work because they love our community. And so I shudder to think that people are afraid to answer their phones in City Hall because they are often being met with hostility lately. I think that we can find better ways to communicate. We can disagree without being unkind. And we can certainly disagree without having people feel threatened. It's not that long ago that there were some pretty active, serious threats against city staff. And so that really weighs on me right now. That just really weighs on me, period. Nobody should feel unsafe in their community and nobody should feel unsafe going to work. That's not what these folks signed up for. So I don't know, if there's a way we could work together as a community to improve that for everyone. I think that would be lovely. I yield.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Yeah, it's hard to add much to that, but thank you for everybody who came out respectfully and had dialogue. Thank you, Chief Hard, for keeping peace. Appreciate it.
And for his service.
And your service too. He's a veteran as well.
And he's active still.
And active still, right? Yeah.
And his wife.
It wasn't that hard. I don't think what we did tonight would have been that hard if somebody would have just picked up the phone call and called the commissioner or something. If you're not getting the answers from one of us, you might get it from the other one. It might be a pain in the butt, but that's the way that, it's democracy, and that's just the way this is set up. Is it efficient? Hell no, it's not meant to be. It's meant to be thorough, so that's, unfortunately, that's where we're at. But thank you again, everybody, for your patience with this meeting. With that, I ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Goes.
Oh, I'm asking for a second.
You got it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, aye.
Aye.
This meeting of the Livingston City Commission is adjourned
10:51.
at 10:51.
And 50.
Haven't done one of these this long.